Yeah. Like to call to order the work session on investment allocation for March 22nd. If we would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
For a work session, you can't.
We'll do it. We already said it. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Last one.
Yeah. Roll call? Nope. All right. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right,
Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. So we're joined today with Bill Learman, who is from Alaska Permanent Capital Management. And they are the firm that oversees our investments at the city. And this is our normal in-person annual review. And Bill has prepared some slides that he's going to go through, and the materials are available in the packet as well, encompassing the most recent quarterly data as well as our typical annual look back. And this is our regular opportunity for the council to ask questions. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Bill.
You even told me to do that. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for allowing us to be here with you. My name is Bill Lehrman. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Fixed Income for our firm. Just for the new people, we are in Anchorage, Alaska. We manage money, complete Alaska money. We have about $4.5 billion under assets and advisement of monies. We manage money for entities like yourself, governments, state entities, native corporations, utilities, financial institutions, and so forth, but all Alaskan money. Today I have Vinay Sharma. He's a portfolio manager on the multi-asset side. He's going to be speaking to when we get to the strategic review and looking at the equity and some of the shocks and looking ahead evaluations of the accounts when we get there. A lot's happened since I was in front of you guys a year ago, just in the markets. The Fed has raised over 400 basis points. Today, they raised another 25 basis points. When I was sitting in front of you guys last year, interest rates were right at zero. Things were just starting to start percolating up. The 2-year rate has risen over 400 basis points. It reached a high of 507. That's extraordinary from where it was at 20 basis points. So we had a lot of interest rates moving up. As interest rates move up, bond prices fall, and we'll see those that we had some negative marks in the portfolios, negative returns. So some unrealized losses, and I'll speak to that on one of the pages. Equities in the last 12 months, if we think about the S&P 500, down about 10%. International stocks, if we use the EFA kind of big cap international stocks, down about 3.5% over the last 12 months. So a lot of negative returns in the market as the Federal Reserve. And as interest rates have been moving up, that started putting prices on bonds. And you guys have heard the what's happening in the banking industry. It put a lot of pressure on banks, and we've had some turmoil in the markets in the last month. It started with Silvergate, which is kind of a crypto bank that went bankrupt. That morphed into Silicon Valley Bank. That went bankrupt. That kind of put pressure on Signature Bank, which is a technology kind of bank out of New York. That went bankrupt. And then it went into over in Europe with Credit Suisse. Now that got bailed out by UBS and the government over there. So that's kind of stagnant. And also a bank called First Republic. And that's a very uninsured deposit bank that has a bank run on it too, but there's about 30 billion that got put back into that bank. So all of this is kind of all connected as we've kind of gone through but we're sitting in front of you today with all the headlines that things are starting to slow down. I don't look at this as a 2008 type banking recession. There is some weaknesses, but a lot of it is due because of what I mentioned earlier. As interest rates move up, bond prices fall, and banks own bonds. And so as the Fed's raising rates, banks have taken unrealized losses, and they have to market against their equity, and that's part of that. So it's not every bank's dealing with this problem. However, at the end, I don't look at it as a systemic risk throughout the whole banking sector where we fall into what we ran into during the financial crisis. So we manage 3 accounts for you guys. We manage a short-term account. That's a portfolio that is 100% bonds. Those are securities, if you guys remember, it's kind of the next step if we think about your guys' bucketing, and this is a bucketing strategy that we have in front of you. You think about your cash, which is held at your bank. You also have a fund called Alaska Municipal League Investment Pool that we don't manage. That's kind of a short, think about that as your money market securities portfolio. And then you have the next step up, which is your short account. And this is an account that we've been managing since May of 2005 for you guys. And currently at the end of February, the value of that was 1.3 million. In the short account, those are securities that mature anywhere from 1 to 3 years, basically. So very short in nature. If we go out the risk spectrum a little bit more, we have the medium term account. There's 7.4 million as of end of February in that account. And those are securities, Treasury and agency securities, so government-backed type securities. Those securities are anywhere from 1 to 5 years in nature. So again, just working out the risk spectrum. And then we have the long-term account. Now, this is the one that has the equity exposure. This is an account that has 55% equity and 45% bonds. And this one now has 11.3 million in there. Now, I just want to kind of make a note here that since we started this strategy, and I was in front of you guys back in 2015 when we started the strategy, and we started May 13, 2015. When we split the short-term account, you guys had one account with us. It was all bonds of 1 to 3 years in nature, and you guys were not taking in many withdrawals off of that, and there was no expectation to take any many withdrawals on it. So at that time, we came down and did some distributions for you guys, and we had a long discussion and how to break that and add a little bit of equity exposure to your guys's to an account, just because you guys weren't using it and look long term. And if we think about equity, yes, there's a little bit more volatility in equity. However, over the long term, generates bigger returns. And that's what I kind of want to point you to. We think about your market value when this strategy was put together, and that was $9.4 million. And today we're at $20 million. So a little bit more. However, during that time, you guys have taken $4.2 million withdrawals and also contribution of $1 million. So you can kind of think that you guys had a little over $3 million in return out of this, which is pretty good over that time. So with that. At the beginning, when we did this analysis back in May 2015, and this slide is very similar to a slide that I showed you guys 2 years ago. So some of you guys might have seen this slide. And the long portfolio was 41% of the 3 portfolios. And within that, if we think about the long, the medium, the short term, we commingle it. There was, about 14.8 million in fixed income, and we started with 4.5 million in equity exposure, which made up about 23%. Kind of fast forwarded, the equity markets did well, that long-term portfolio did well, and over time, that equity exposure moved up from 4.5 million to 7.1 million, and it was about 33%. I came back to you guys and we did an analysis with you guys, and we had the discussion, is that the right exposure for you guys? And do you guys feel comfortable with that volatility, the equity volatility and return volatility in the portfolios when we look at them in an aggregate? And you guys, and we had just got through the COVID and the big downswing in COVID and then coming back. You guys were okay with that. And so we ended up leaving it at 33%. So that's telling me as in my shoes that you guys are okay with a little bit of volatility over time within this 3 portfolios. And so we fast forwarded to where we are today with everything that's happened. We're right about 31%. in equity exposure. So a little bit down. We've gone from 7.1 million in equity to 6.2. The total funds is $20 million, so it makes up about 31% of the portfolio. And so, you know, there's part of that is with equity growth, but also, you know, withdrawals from that short-term portfolio. And that was that $1 million that went from the medium term to the short term, and then ended up leaving the portfolio over time. But I want to take a step back and kind of look at the strategy behind having this equity in your guys' portfolio. And it's a balancing act between budget stability and asset growth. And we can have a goal of higher asset growth to grow your assets by taking on more equity, but we have to accept higher volatility while we do that. But then there's the flip side. And one of the things is you guys being able to take money out and have some sort of a budget stability with that. And if we want 100% budget stability, we want to know exactly what the return is at, you know, 1 year from now or 3 years from now, and be able to take money out. Well, we would want less volatility in the portfolio. So it's kind of a take and give as we look through time between asset growth and budget stability, you know, through that. So I just want to circle back around before I kind of move in and kind of look at this strategy. Did this strategy work for you guys? And you guys are unique because in the way this is set up in your budgeting, and in your guys' quarterly packets that we produce for you guys, there's a revenue number, and I'm going to point to that when we look at the December quarterly packet. And approximate revenue in any given fiscal year, and in the packets, we define revenue as the sum of the administration fees, management fees. We add back in interest and dividends, and then also change in market value. And because at the end of the day, all these numbers have to be booked on your guys' statements, your financial statements. So that equity exposure is mark to market, and that will flow through on your financial statements. So we would want over time, we know there's going to be some volatility in your guys' portfolio because of that equity, and we're going to accept that for higher asset growth down the road. So what I did is I went back and said, okay, from time starting back in when we started this in fiscal year ending 6/30/2016, what was that? In the very first year of the strategy, it produced $353,000. The second year was $600,000, third year, and so forth, coming down. And then in the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, you guys in 1 year had $2.2 million in revenue that came in. And that is, again, market value changes because we had a lot of asset growth in the equity component. And then the interest and dividends that were involved in that portfolio, minus administration fees and management fees in that. So we had a really uptick in that June 2021. However, now we go into June 30th fiscal year ending in 2022. Now we started, interest rates started rising, bonds started pricing falls. You guys are exposed, 70% to bonds. Now we have those unrealized losses, and it was a minus 1.6 million. Now, anybody would look at it and say, holy smokes, we can't, that's a lot of volatility. We don't want to take those losses. But what I wanted to say is if we strip back the onion and look what the strategy's done over time, it's been able to produce, a sum of 3.7 million on average, about $530,000 for you guys, over that time. So you guys can kind of think about that from a budgeting standpoint. So far in this next fiscal year, in the first quarter of this fiscal year, there's a minus 182,000. Q4 was another minus 71,000, so about 250,000. However, already in March, because now bond prices are falling a little bit, there's about a revenue, and these are just rough numbers, about a plus $100,000. So even so far in this fiscal year, it's about a minus 153,000. So still well within what we're seeing up here, and you guys are still well into the positive. I will pause there before I move into the next section.
Questions for Bill or his partner? Yes.
First question being for Stephanie. Do we have a process for determining how much we're putting annually into the mid and long-term buckets? Do we just typically finish the year and when it closes out, any remaining balance we have gets put into this fund, or how does that work?
Through the Vice Mayor, I'm going to kick this one to Bill, if you don't mind, Jordan, to speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Through the Vice Mayor. Yes, when we came back last year, when we did some modeling for you guys, and we'll show that. And we did a whole bunch of strategic review about a year and a half ago. And we did some Monte Carlo simulations and wealth projections to kind of say, okay, when we look at all of the three, does that meet your guys' expectations going forward? And the last time we did it was that 33%. Were you guys comfortable with it? And when we ran Monte Carlo simulations, which is a fancy word for 5,000 paths with probabilities and correlations and things to that nature, we came back and we looked at that in front of you guys, displayed that, and you guys were comfortable with the breakup of long, medium, and short term.
Bill, I'll just add, and Melanie, maybe you can remind me, I think in the last 5 years, I can only remember one time that the council directed a reallocation among the buckets.
Okay.
Is that
That
sounds
is
correct to you guys? So,
Yeah.
so we do the annual review every year, but the city, at least in 4 of the last 5 years, has not made a decision to actually transfer money between the buckets.
So what I was getting at is there's really no process in which we're like intentionally moving money out of city savings accounts into investment. The reality is that our savings accounts are already included in that short-term bucket, and they're automatically being reappropriated to other buckets as we need to balance this out from year to year. Is that correct, Bill? Sorry, I can read it. Right? So am I correct in my understanding that we're not necessarily making intentional decisions to invest money out of our savings account and put it in these buckets? Our savings account is already part of the short-term bucket structure, and we're taking money out of that just automatically as time goes on to rebalance between the
Correct.
buckets. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And my second question would be when we look at the rates of returns among these different buckets, they are quite low. And that's just, like you said, we have a lot more equity exposure right now. So that kind of volatility is to be expected. But as we enter this period of high market volatility for equities, but also high interest rates for traditional savings accounts, like for example, my personal savings account, I have a 4% return right now on my savings account, which I've never seen before. That's amazing. So as those kind of savings tools become more of an option, are we going to start putting money into those and as an alternative to traditional bonds for, this is our surefire way to save money, but still get some interest on it?
Sure. Yeah, there's two things. You guys, your savings account is the Alaska Municipal League pool. That's one of them, plus what's at the bank. And I'm going to have a slide on that. But second, remember in your bonds, in your medium term account, which is, above 7 million in bonds 1 through 5, the yield that you see that you is that 4%. On the medium term account is 4.3. That's a coup, an interest rate, a yield to maturity on that. That's not a return. Sure. And if we look at this on the slide right behind me, if we look at the bottom left hand, and this is the medium term portfolio, and it just kind of works into this. Yes, we've had those unrealized losses, and those unrealized losses will evaporate over time because a bond matures at par, 100 cents on the dollar. And so, yes, it's at a discount right now because it's interest, but as that bond works towards maturity, those unrealized losses will evaporate. But at the same time, as interest rates have moved up, we've reset by reinvested at higher rates than where it was. And this is a graph since June of 2021 and the annual coupon income in the portfolio. So you can see that we had, in June, we have 100,000 and it kind of dipped down. And then now as each month's rolling around, as we're reinvesting, that is reinvesting at higher rates. So that portfolio will generate higher coupon annual income. So it's that take and give.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We have a question from Mayor Whitney, who's on Zoom.
My question is the $10 million bond that we just sold, I guess, where will those funds go?
I'll pass that to staff.
Melanie, can you speak to that?
We set up a separate AMLIP account for those bonds, and they're currently in the AMLIP account. That way we have easy access to them, and as we spend those funds, we can transfer those over as needed.
Okay, in the meantime, then, when they're sitting there and earning interest, where would that interest be going?
It goes into the AMLIP account and needs to be.
It just
spent.
continues in staying in there. Okay,
Yes, yes, and I believe Bill's on the board of AMLIP. Well, I think AMLIP's at about over 4% right now as well.
That is correct. I'm not on the board. Alaska Permanent Capital is a technical advisor for and a marketer of AMLIP. So my role is I'm a technical advisor to the board regarding that. And AMLIP is it's an investment pool for government entities such as yourself. There is 88 different government entities in that account. The fund is 800 million, approximately about 800 million in money market cash like yourselves in there. One of the neat things about AMLIP that a lot of people use it for is bond proceeds like that, because it's segregated. You got to have that segregated. You can't commingle that with other funds. So there's a separate track and everything to that nature, and all that interest from those bonds keeps it within segregated in your guys' one account. So actually at AMLIP, I believe you guys have two accounts. You have your bond account and then three accounts. Your bond account and then two other accounts. So everything stays segregated. There's a track record of all the transactions, money's coming in, money's going out.
Yes, currently we have our bond account, our regular account that we use for our spending, and then we also have an ARPA account.
What was the last one?
It's set up for the ARPA
Okay.
funds.
Anything else, Mayor Whitney?
no,
Any other questions for Bill before he moves on? Since we still have a lot of material to cover in the next 35 minutes or so.
No. Now this next packet, and I'm just going to hit high levels on this packet. This is a quarterly packet that is given out to you guys. And I just want to just point out a couple of things that are different. I kind of talked about the funds that is in this packet. Up in the right-hand corner is all your accounts, even the two accounts that we don't manage. And so we look at all the way to the right-hand side. As of 12/31/22, you guys had 887,000 in your AMLIP account. You had 567 in your checking, the 1.5 and the three accounts that APCM manages. So when you think about all your guys' funds, it's at 21.4 million. And then we just break that exposure out. How much is in fixed income, 67%, cash, 11%, and so forth across the board in the equity. And on the left-hand side, we just put, 6 bullet points regarding that, lay it out. So if you guys get this packet in front of you guys can, see how much money you have. And also, this goes back to Councilman's question, the short and medium term portfolios at the end of the year had yield maturities of 456 and 442. Respectively on that. A quick discussion about interest rates, what the Federal Reserve is doing, a quick overview of what the equity markets are doing, and then at the end, what the long-term fund return versus its benchmark. So that's kind of when you guys get this packet, this is a quick snapshot of the markets for you guys and what interest rates are doing during that time.
So, Bill,
Mhm.
The long-term fund return in this volatile market that we have now, that we had again in 2008, how does this compare with how things were doing in 2008 for the city?
2008?
Yeah.
2008, you guys only had 1 to 3 year bonds. So this equity exposure really is going to put a lot more volatility in it. If we just took the 1 to 3 return, and I don't have that number in front of me, but if we took the 1 to 3 return, you would had during that 2000, during that crisis, you would have had positive because interest rates drastically dropped. And so when interest rate drops, bond prices, it's the reverse of what we're experiencing right now, where bond prices are moving up. And during that financial crisis, equities were down, 30, 35%. So I'm guessing a long-term portfolio, mix of that was probably going to be down 10 or 11% during a mix, 60-40 mix, a typical portfolio off the top of my head. And then just kind of performance here. And now we break out the performance of your three accounts and quarter to date, month to date, quarter to date since inception. And then the long account. And I'll just kind of spend some time on the medium and long-term account. The medium-term account, since inception, has produced 10 basis points above the benchmark, 76 basis points for 66. And then when we look at the long-term account, is a little below the benchmark, has returned 452 versus an inception of 465. So down about 13 basis points. Quarter to date, let me speak to the underperformance in quarter to date. The benchmark was 601 versus a 553. Majority of that was because we were underweight equity versus our benchmark. So going into the third quarter, we were defensive and equities rallied in the fourth quarter, and that was that underperformance. But the one of the things to take out of this is kind of going back to, is that long account doing what it's supposed to do over the long term, even though that there's volatility? And yes, it is. And when we think about the short-term account having an inception of 185, that medium-term account since May had 76 basis points. And then if we add that equity to it and that long account, it still produced well above that 76 basis points and returned that 452. So it's doing, even though there's volatility within that account, it's doing over time. It's supposed to outperform the short-term and the medium-term account, and that's what it's doing. I'll finish up this because I do want to turn it over to Vinay to speak to the strategic review, and then we can come back. And just on this next page on slide number 10, and just speak to unrealized losses and gains. A lot of if we think about the market value and what the cost of the securities that we brought in is, there's still $357,000 in unrealized gains in the portfolio. And most of that is in the equity. And we look at the equity component, and there's $1.1 million in gains from where the cost where we bought that security from to where it is now. There's still $1.1 million gain in there. And most of that is in US domestic large cap and the domestic mid cap. And we look where are the most unrealized losses. That's in the US Treasury component. And again, that's just because interest rates moved up, the Fed's increased rates, and that's at 709,000. Majority of that's going to go away. And as those bonds continue to get closer to par, and that will go from a very negative number to more of a positive number over time. So we're going to experience that over the next 2 years. At this time, I wanted to spend some time going back to Councilman Shilson's remarks and kind of look at the strategic review of 1 year and kind of looking at the questions. If we think about, and I've been talking about bonds and stocks and internationals, there's another way to kind of carve this, and it's, if we think about your guys' portfolio in risk-controlled assets, risk assets, and alternatives, and we broke that down in the bottom in risk control, those would be things like bonds and cash. And then when we think about risk assets, we can think of those as US equity, emerging equity, and developed international equity that you have in your long portfolio. And then we have a smidge of real estate, which is the alternatives. So as we talk, and as Vinay works into his couple of slides, he's going to talk about risk assets and risk controlled assets and moving forward. And one of the questions that was asked of us, the staff asked to us is, there's a possibility that there's going to be 2 to 4 million that's going to help, not going to be needed to be drawn out of these portfolios to assist with the Fieldhouse project. And what is APCM's recommendation? Where would we recommend you guys take that money from? And I'm going to kind of turn it over to you guys, to Vinay, to speak to this. But our recommendation is, and when we did our scenario, we had to pick a number. And so I picked 3 million, and then what we decided, and our recommendation is to take $1.5 million out of the medium-term account and $1.5 million out of the long-term account. And I'll turn it over to Vinay now and walk you through the analysis of how we got there.
Thanks very much, Bill. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'd also just like to say we streamlined these slides as much as we could to quickly get to the point for the council. That said, please interrupt me if you have any questions. I'm happy to stop where I am and go ahead and answer. Now, as Bill said, our recommendation was to withdraw essentially the same amount from the medium and long-term accounts. The reason for that is when you do that, the risk and return characteristics of the portfolio stay very close to what they are currently, which, as we mentioned, is right around where the council was comfortable the last time we spoke. Now, I did analyze, taking money from just the long account or just the medium account. We have those numbers for you if you need them, but our recommendation is the same amount from each. Now, if we use a $3 million number as the withdrawal amount, you can see just at the top, it does, increase the amount of equity in the portfolio, the amount of risk assets in the portfolio by about 1% and lowers the amount of risk control assets by about 1%. But if we look at the numbers down in the table below, we can see our expectation going forward for all three accounts in combination would be that first line is our expectation for a 12-month return. So 4.6 for how things are set currently, with a range 95% of the time between -6% and +15.2. If you withdraw the same amount from each of the medium and long-term accounts, that would move to 4.7 with a range of 6.2 to 15.5. So very, very close to each other. The long-term return, which is our expectation for the annualized 10-year return going forward, would be 4.5% for the current and 4.5% with an equal withdrawal from each. Net earnings, that would be earnings less our expectation for inflation over the next 10 years on average, would be 2.2 and 2.3. The difference there is really rounding. The 4.5, they round to about the same, but when we subtract 2.25% from that, the portfolio after withdrawals would be expected a slightly higher return there. Now, in terms of risk, and that has been what Bill has been talking about in terms of the amount of volatility that enters the portfolio as the risk asset and alternatives piece gets larger. I really want to focus you on the bottom of that 95% range for the 12-month return for each of these, which is -6% currently, and would be -6.2% after the withdrawal. That gives you an idea of 95% of the time, actually 97.5% of the time, we would expect a return of -6 or -6.2 or better in any given 12-month period. There was also mention of, how do we compare this to something like 2008? The last row, the average loss in extreme conditions, is a quantitative way of us providing you with some expectation of, kind of an average loss in really extreme conditions like the global financial crisis or COVID during 2020. For the current portfolio, that would be negative 13.5%. And after the withdrawals, it would be negative 13.8%. I will say during COVID, we were watching portfolio returns versus these numbers very, very closely, and they never quite got to, what our expectations were for an average loss in extreme conditions. So that's a pretty good gauge of, what you could experience in a crisis situation. Move to the next slide. We can look at what that means in terms of dollar amounts. So all simulations utilize the $20.1 million starting value. We did not include any contributions in either. Now, between the two charts on the right-hand side, the one on the left is how things stand now and the assumption of no withdrawal. So 20.1 million starting, no withdrawals, no contributions. And that black line provides you with the expected market value after 10 years. And the blue box covers about 50% of the outcomes, across the 5,000 simulations that Bill mentioned earlier. Now, if you were to withdraw 3 million and did so with the same amount from each the medium and long-term accounts as we recommend, now your starting value is essentially 17.1 million. And the expected ending market value would be 26.5 million. And again, that blue box covers 50% of the outcomes. And if that were to be done, your short account would then be at 1.3 million, the medium account at 5.9 million, and the long account at 9.9 million. Now, if there is no change in how the accounts are spread in terms of market value, if there's no rebalancing between the accounts across the three over the next 10 years, we would expect some drift in the asset allocation between the three accounts, which would affect how much you have in risk assets, alternatives, and risk control assets. And you can see that here. So no withdrawals, you can see, the short account moves from 1.3 to 1.6 million, the medium account from 7.4 to 9.3 million, and the long account from 11.4 to 20.2 million, which would move the risk assets up to about 32.4% and move risk control assets down to about 64.3. If you withdraw $1.5 million from the medium and long accounts, you would still have that. You'd still have that drift. So we would actually expect the same amounts for the short account. For the medium account, 5.9 million moving back up to 7.4 million. And then for the long account, 9.9 million moving up to 17.5 million. So pause and just see if there are any questions at this point.
Questions from anyone?
Just a quick comment. So one of the conversations that Bill asked Melanie and I before this presentation every year is what are our anticipated needs in terms of potential funds to withdraw from fund balance? And normally we kind of run with an average type number in terms of capital projects. If there's something big on the horizon, we would highlight that. But this was a year in particular where we anticipated, based on the Fieldhouse project moving forward, when we get the final results of our funding requests at the federal level, at the state level with Rasmussen, et cetera, I do anticipate that there will be a contribution needed from the city's general fund. And we asked Bill and his team to model 3 million, kind of for two reasons. One is that's a number that previous council had set aside for this project several years ago in terms of our in-kind cash contribution. And the second one is based on what we know in anticipated project costs, of which we will have a much more detailed project estimate later next month. But from what we know, that feels like the right ballpark in terms of an appropriate ask. So we recognize that the council hasn't authorized any funds to be withdrawn for that project, but since we had timing wise have the expertise here to do the annual review, we wanted to at least provide the council with some modeling to show what that looks like for the portfolio into the future.
Question, if I may, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
I guess my question would be has there been any further updates on timeline for that construction when we'd actually be drawing this funding out and breaking ground?
So what I can tell you briefly is that we will know that information soon. So we're going to get the final design and updated cost estimates towards the end of next month. I think we'll know about the state budget request. We'll know about our federal request, at least at the initial step of the earmark process, whether our project request has made it out of committee. We should know that by May or June. So our intention was to come back towards the end of June and have a more detailed project cost estimate and have a little bit more information about funding sources. And I think at that point, we'll be able to dictate a schedule. So best case scenario would be all the funds are identified, including the portion required from the city's matching component, and construction could be bid out and potentially awarded in July. That's best case scenario, but that's contingent on, I think, the project estimated cost and the funding being identified at that point in time to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So this would be a question more for Stephanie. There are other capital projects that we are working on that we've identified. We have a couple resolutions that we're going to consider tonight that will require a local match. Would you see those coming from these funds or from our general fund?
Thanks, Vice Mayor Parker. Melanie, do you want to take that one? I get tripped up on this question too, because they are in fact one and the same. Our general fund funds are these funds, but it's more of a question about when does Melanie need the cash? And I think last year when we were here, we did get authorization. I think the council authorized Melanie to withdraw 1 million from the short bucket. That would be for our cash needs or capital projects. But then she determines the timing of that. So we hadn't done that. And I don't know if we've done it yet, Melanie, but these are the type of questions where we would first seek authorization from the council, but then timing wise, we would work with Bill and his team to decide when those funds are actually needed in terms of paying invoices, meeting our cash demands. Can you?
I think that pretty much sums it up. It is, sorry. Yeah, it just really depends on timing of sales tax revenues coming in and other funding sources coming in. When we need the funds available, if we need to pull it out of our investments or not. When we were here before the council, I think it was last year when we got the authorization to take $1 million out, we moved it from the medium term to the short term because we need council authorization to move anything out of the long term or medium term. But Stephanie and I can decide when things come out of the short term because it's kind of like our operating funds. And so after the council decided that we could move $1 million out of our medium term account last year, we went ahead and did that. We actually haven't ended up needing it until just recently. I think it was 200,000 that I actually had Bill, transfer out of there, but we haven't needed it up until then. So that was kind of in anticipation of the sports center remodel project going on and not knowing timing of sales tax revenues coming in versus payouts for the project going out. So I would anticipate it would be the same with any other capital projects coming forward. It just really depends on timing.
And I'll just refer back to the graph on page 3, those in the white font, those are the withdrawals that we've taken from the portfolio. So it's not something that we need to do every year. In fact, sometimes we go many years without having to take that withdrawal and we're able to continue investing in capital and operations. But upcoming with the Fieldhouse project in particular, it, from our perspective, would potentially require a larger withdrawal. And we just wanted to make sure that we understood that since it's a little bit different than what we've done in the past.
Yeah, when we appropriate the funds, so when we appropriate the match on a project, that's to appropriation of fund balance, but it may be that we don't need to spend that money. If it's a small match, then our operating revenues can maybe cover that match. And front the money, and we get reimbursed by the granting agency for their portion of it. So, you know, like I said, it really depends on timing, whether or not money needs to come out of this account or if it's something that just operating funds can pay for.
I can also add a little perspective from a capital project perspective. The an airport project, for example, or a big project, periodic pay estimates can be, 200,000 every 2 weeks, 300,000. But when we get to paving, I think I had a couple of $1 million pay estimates all in one fell swoop. So we've done our best to kind of forecast the spending plan for the field house. Still preliminary at this point, and like Stephanie said, I think it's April 24th when I'll get that last professional cost estimate that'll really kind of give us a good roadmap proceeding.
Any additional questions? So if we could, Bill, in the next 15, 20 minutes, wrap up so we can have a short break before our 6 o'clock meeting.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Vinay, do you have any last comments before I just take about 5 minutes on the market outlook and then close it up?
Yes, I'll just very quickly. APCM does recommend that we do a review like this, but focused solely on the long account. APCM did a lot of research after COVID in determining how we thought the financial market environment might change, and how we can best position client portfolios to address those changes and give APCM the tools, additional tools that can help either improve return or dampen volatility. So we'd like to put those in front of the council at their leisure.
From an investment outlook, just kind of give you some thoughts with everything that's going on in the markets and how we're thinking about it at APCM. In my 21-year career, when I'm thinking about portfolios and putting money, investing money, I kind of just put it, right here at the top, left, walking the line between sensitive markets with all the volatility that's in the markets, but in the background it's an okay economic outlook. It's not I'm in the camp that's not a dire economic scene, but we're a little bit more cautious with risk in portfolios. We have higher quality bonds in our portfolios. The multi-asset team is very neutral to their benchmarks. And we understand that. We're trying to be less sensitive to interest rate exposures, being different than the benchmarks and spread risk. And, the way we're thinking about this is, and as I explained, is yes, banks are failing and there's putting a lot of pressure on the risk. But at the end, when we strip all that back, we have surprising strong economic growth, 2.1% here in 2022, greater than 2.5% already here in 2023. It's going to dip down a little bit, and then for the rest of 2023, about 0.5% economic growth, and then back in 2024 start moving back up. So we never get into this recession that we were hearing a while ago. When we think about inflation, that's what the Federal Reserve is fighting. They came out and actually raised 25 basis points today. It's falling, but it is sticky. The core inflation for demands and services and goods is still elevated. Wages are elevated, and I'll have a quick chart on that. And we think that, future rate hikes, maybe one more, but they might be pausing here. I got to go back and look at what they actually said in the notes. But you know, the Feds, they're pretty clear that they want to tamp down inflation. They want to get that back to their 2.5. So they're going to be stubbornly high and keep that there. And they're risking, you know, market volatility with that. They do not want inflation to get out of hand. This is kind of Chairman Powell's Volcker moment, if you know, back in the 80s when he just kept raising interest rate until it broke the system, because we don't want to get in a situation where we have enormous amount of inflation. And then, you know, as we look and we recognize, you know, because of volatility, that brings risk to the portfolios, and it's the highest since 2008. And this is something just not in the U.S. markets, but overall, it's global. It's a global phenomenon. It's across everywhere. Everybody's experienced this because we had such low interest rates for such a long time. And when we look, you know, we just kind of look at some graphs on growth, and you know, we look at the estimates through 23, it's 0.8%, and then all of a sudden in 2024, right now, the economists are moving at 1.2. However, the Federal Open Market Committee, the Federal Reserve, they've dropped their projections down. But again, that's that green box. And so when we think about 2023, they went from 1.2 to 0.5, but still positive. In 2024, they're, you know, at 1.7, they dropped it down to about 1.6. So things are still looking okay long term. And when we look in the bottom left, the leading indicators, there's 12 leading indicators, economic leading indicators. You can think about the leading indicators, you know, in two components: the financial component, and that could be the S&P, some bond indices in there, plus non-financials, you know, building permits, averagely hours work, things to that nature. Those are negative, you know, if we think it. So we do know that economy is slowing down because of that. However, a lot of economic surprises, and that's kind of that middle chart. It's not as bad as what economists are saying. A lot of positive economic surprises month in and month out, that things are still moving in the right direction above where the economy is. We have a strong labor market, and that's what the Fed's fighting, that higher inflation on the backstop of strong labor market. And then when we look at inflation and what is, you know, everybody's forecasting that inflation will start moving back in 2024. We should get closer back to the 2.5%. And I just want to kind of why is inflation kind of still sticky? And that pie chart, 58% of inflation is services. And you hear, you know, energy prices and food prices, they're very volatile. They're the most volatile in the inflation and the CPI. But when we look at the core, you know, we really look at that service component, and that's 58%. And when we look at that from a graphical standpoint, which is very correlated to wage growth track, which is on the right-hand side, but that orange line that you see right there, that's still moving up and well over 5%. And that's what that core inflation, what the Federal Reserve is trying to tamp down moving forward. So we do think that inflation, it's just, you know, it is slowing, but it's a little slower than what everybody would like it to be. And, but it's going in the right direction. And I'll just end up on this one last page right here. And I just want to just talk about markets in general and just how volatility markets can get. And when we look at the bottom left hand, and this is the March 7th, and this is basically the implied rates and what the market was thinking the Fed was going to do. And in this graph, it shows that the markets, there was still another 25 basis points, another 100 basis, 4 hikes still in 2023 to go. And that was as of March 7th. And then we got into the banking crisis a little bit. And 8 days later, market was pricing in 0 hikes and 4 cuts. So that's in my career, that's very, very high. And so we went from 4 hikes, and then 8 days later, we're going into 4 cuts. And we just think it's going to play out. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. And so how is that applied to your guys' portfolio after all that? Is that your short-term portfolio and your medium-term portfolio are very sensitive to interest rates. We think that markets set higher. We think the income's going to be generated off those two portfolios is going to be higher, as I said earlier, and because of where the Fed is. We're not expecting the Fed to start cutting rates and pushing that down. Now, if the Fed does start cutting rates, that's going to be a positive return performance attribution for your guys' portfolios because you have 70% of your assets in fixed income. So as bond prices or rates move down, your prices will move up. So that actually would be positive. However, that equity component of it, we still think it just kind of bumps along. We don't think that we're going to go move into a recession and we'll have severe negative return numbers on your equity component. And so we just think we're just going to keep bumping along with marginal positive rates of return in your guys' portfolios over time. And Vice Mayor, I'll conclude my remarks there.
Thank you, Bill. Questions?
Just-
I know Dan, Mayor Whitney.
Just a quick closing
Yeah.
remark. I just wanted to say I had a lot of curiosity as far as the impacts we'd be seeing on our investment portfolio with the withdrawal to support our contribution towards the Fieldhouse project. And I'm very appreciative of the very in-depth analysis your team did for the $3 million withdrawal and all the projections that could go correspond with that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I do follow the market some and yeah, it goes up, it goes down. It's kind of like, being on a roller coaster almost. And I'm glad to see that there's still that stability here at the city and probably after our new city manager comes on and we have beginning of the next fiscal year would be a good time to start looking at our investments and if we need to be revising our investments, but I think the city should be proud for what we've been able to achieve.
And I just, one note with City Manager leaving, I want to thank her from APCM, her professionalism, her questions, all the meetings that I've been in with her. She's asked phenomenal questions. She always had the outlook and the city at the interest and keeping us at bay and asking those questions. So thank you very much for your professionalism over your time and working with you in the last 4, 5, 6 years. So thank you, Stephanie.
All right. We'll adjourn this work session and reconvene at 6 for the regular city council meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call to order the March 22nd, 2023 Soldotna City Council regular meeting. If you would all please rise as we say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Parker,
Present.
Carey,
Present.
Chilson,
Present.
Hutchings,
Present.
Nelson. Nelson via Zoom. I see you. Wackler,
Present.
Cassidy,
Present.
you have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we have a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda? Thank you, Councilmember Carey. Second by Ms. Hutchings. Are there any changes to the agenda or consent agenda?
Yes, I move to add the laydown resolution 2023-022, requesting the state of Alaska to make a meaningful increase to the base student allocation for public schools and add it to the agenda as A7. I request that this also be put on the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any objections to adding resolution 2023-022 to the agenda and consent agenda?
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
I have to declare a potential conflict there as an employee of the school district. I potentially have some benefit in that.
I don't see any conflict, but thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, thank you.
Any objections to adding it to the agenda and consent agenda? Mr. Nelson? All right, seeing none, it is added to the agenda and consent agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please read the consent agenda?
March 8th, 2023 special council meeting minutes, March 8th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes. Resolution 2023-020, authorizing the city manager to submit an application to the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for the Community Transportation Program for the Homestead Lane Extension Project and authorizing the city manager to sign the application and future project agreements, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution 2023-021, authorizing the city manager to submit an application to the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for the Community Transportation Program for the Marydale Avenue Reconstruction Project and authorizing the city manager to sign the application and future project agreements, sponsored by the city manager. Action Memorandum 2023-007. Excuse me, let me go to the laydown resolution. Laydown Resolution 2023-022, requesting that the state of Alaska make a meaningful increase to the base student allocation for public schools, sponsored by Councilmember Hutchings. And Action Memorandum 2023-007, request for an excused absence from the May 10th, 2023 regular council meeting. Vice Mayor Parker, that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before requesting any public comment, there were a couple of comments I wanted to make tonight. First of all, I wanted to thank everyone who has attended the city council meetings, work sessions, the Park and Rec Advisory Board meetings, called us, sent us emails over the past 10 months on options and recommendations and alternatives to revise and update our Soldotna City Code park permits. At our last council meeting, 2 ordinances and 1 resolution were brought before the council for action. After receiving additional written and public testimony, the council voted 2-3 to not adopt 1 ordinance and 1 resolution. It has been suggested to the council that the council reconsider our actions and deal with these 2 issues. Since the council operates under Robert's Rules of Order, we cannot reconsider the action taken on March 8th on the one ordinance and resolution. Reconsideration would have had to have taken place at that March 8th meeting. Another option that has been mentioned is reintroducing the two items that were defeated. These two items cannot be brought back before the council for 90 days. Soldotna Code of Ordinances, Section 2.04.035 states that defeated or vetoed ordinances and resolutions may not be reintroduced for a period of 90 days following the defeat or veto. Before us tonight is resolution consideration potentially of ordinance 2023-006. It is on the agenda and not open for public comment at this point on the agenda. So with that in mind, because I know a number of you are here to talk to us and share your thoughts and feelings, I wanted to let you know some background there. With that, are there any public comments on any of the items just read by the clerk that are on the consent agenda? Anybody, is there any remote attendees wishing to speak? Okay. Yes, Mr. Cox.
Tyson Cox, Soldotna. And I was just going to say that, show my support for the added resolution 2023-022, supporting an increase in the BSA. And I just wanted to let everyone know that I strongly support that. Was one of the sponsors for the one that the assembly put forward. And so I definitely show my support for all the cities to do so. I believe Kenai also is going to put one forward, and I know that Homer has plans to, and there might be one in the works in Seward. So I do know that the cities are all getting involved as well, and I think it's a big deal, and there's some things happening there. Just so you know, this morning that the Education Committee for the House just passed this morning in their committee. They passed a 680 increase for next year with an additional $120 increase for the year after, bringing that 2025 to $800. And of course, this now just goes on to, I believe, the Finance Committee after this, but they have passed that within theirs and it's been sent on. There's a long ways to go yet because we still have the Senate. I don't think they've even heard theirs yet. And so there's a long ways to go, but they're at $800 in 2 years, which would be significant for our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak on items that are on the consent agenda? Yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and address.
Dark. Oh, there we go. It's definitely working now. My name is David Brighton. I live at 380 High Bush Lane in Kenai. And I did want to thank you guys for the laydown resolution to increase the base student allocation. I am a teacher at Skyview Middle School, and the cuts that we've been making slowly year after year have really harmed our ability to teach students. And so injecting some capital back into our schools, allowing us to stop cutting teachers and finding ways to make things work will really help improve student learning for students on the Kenai Peninsula. So thank you for your resolution.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that would like to discuss any items on the consent agenda? Seeing no one, it is back before the council. Are there any council objections to approving the agenda and consent agenda? I had to look up to see if, hearing none, the agenda and consent agenda are approved. Public comments and presentations, agenda item 4. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on any item not appearing on the agenda? Hello.
There we go. My name's Jacob. I'm at 48176 Ryan Creek Circle, Soldotna, Alaska. Hello again. I am here in regards to the 2023-006.
That is going to be brought up later, so
Okay,
you may have an opportunity to talk about it then.
perfect. Well, I just clarified it for everybody, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's why I made the statement earlier on that it is on the agenda. Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Sarah Erickson. My address is 37868 Grayling Court down on East Mackey Lake. I thought I'd just take an opportunity really quick to tell you about a new radio show at KSRM called Life on the Kenai. It's meant to be a catharsis to the angry sound off and the bird's eye view and all of that. So I just thought I'd let the city council know, and members of the public, that if you have something you want to celebrate about the life on the Kenai, Ryan Kapp and myself, we co-host that show. It's just once a week. It takes place from 11 to noon. So that's during the Tradio hour. We are stealing Wednesdays from Tradio and doing just a show that just promotes stuff going on the Kenai. Today we had a really great show. Linda Hutchings was there talking about homesteading on the Kenai. We had Jack Porter and the North Road Pioneer Group, and then the Soldotna Historical Museum. But it's just really meant to be a place where if you have a kid that you just want to show off, or a student or an employee, or just anything really cool happening on the Kenai, let us know. We would love to hear that. You can send an email to life@radiokenai.com or just get a hold of me. So I own Alaskans, which is a different thing, but we're on K Beach. So if you want to swing by, grab a bag of dog treats and let me know what you want to hear on the radio, I'd be happy to hear it. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to make any comments, speak on any item not on the agenda? Anybody on Zoom? All right. Seeing no one else, we will move on to assembly and legislative reports. Are there any representatives from the borough or state in attendance who would like to speak? Assembly Member Cox.
Thank you. Tyson Cox, member for Soldotna, District 4. I was just going to give you a brief update on some of the things we've been going through lately. At our last meeting, we did pass an ordinance 7-1, appropriating funds, authorizing our clerk to get our new voting machines. And the reason I say that is they are tabulators that you guys will be using too. And so it does affect the city. These are the exact same ones that the state is using. So I know last year there were some complaints about when people were putting in their ballots that they were taking a long time. These newer machines actually will be faster because they will be the same ones that the state had used. And so they're ones that we'll be able to hopefully keep for several years and be able to update accordingly. The next one that would be of interest is we did pass phase 1 of getting the monies from our bond for the educational bond that's coming forward. It's about half the money that was available. We did pass the bond this last fall for $65,550,000, and it's a little bit over half of that will be bonded in this first phase. And that will allow us to get started on all the planning and get things moving forward. The next one is very similar to that. It was almost 16.5 million, and that is for the new fire station here in Soldotna for Station 1. Same process is that way we can start getting into plans going and start moving forward on that project as well. A couple items that were postponed in this last meeting but may have some interest are we had our lands. We're updating the lands permitting and all of that, which has to do with gravel pits. It may affect some of the stuff in town, but it definitely will affect properties just outside of the city. And so that's just something to keep an eye on. That's been going on for, I think, close to a year now. And I think we're getting closer and closer, but we have postponed it a little while longer. which we're now into budget season, which means it may go a little bit longer than they even think it will at the moment. Another one that's postponed that doesn't really affect Soldotna, but does affect all of our peninsula is the Nikiski Advisory Planning Commission. There's been a lot of discussions on what size that should be. And we are continuing that discussion. I think this is probably the fourth meeting we've talked about it. And so that's going on for quite a while. And then the last item was the resolution that I put forward. Hopefully somewhere you guys got a copy of it here. They were supposed to have sent it to you. If they have it, we can make sure that happens. But I bet it looks very similar to the one Ms. Hutchings did. And so that was asked that all the cities get one, and then we sent it, of course, to our legislature and all of that. And it's pretty much just asking for an increase based on the idea that inflationary costs have risen, and we have not had an increase since 2017. Of course, this year did have a $30 increase, but that is one of the reasons that the word significant increase is in there, because $30 doesn't go a whole long ways. And so anyways, hopefully that will happen, that we'll get something. I think most of the school district has talked about, a minimum of somewhere around $500 would be a very minimum to that. But somewhere around the $800 to $1,000 would be something that would be way more acceptable. So hopefully we can all keep an eye on that and put our support towards that. Again, it will, hopefully the House has already seen it, and then hopefully the Senate will hear it soon, and then people can give some opinion to that when that comes forward there. Other than that, that's all I have.
Well, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for our assembly member?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. And I do not see any representatives from the legislature here. So that brings us to item 6, administrative reports, grant funded project update. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. We presented this as a lay down item, and I recognize there's a lot of information on this spreadsheet. It's available on the website too for folks who would be interested to grab it. But I wanted to give this to you, cover a few highlights of some of the work that we're doing behind the scenes and some of the success we've had in securing outside grant funds for priority projects, as well as let you know many of the different funding sources that we're watching. And this is a tremendous lift from our team. Most of this work is being done in-house as additional capacity and stretch assignments for our existing employees. And I think we're doing a good job of identifying funds, and then where we find a fit with one of the priorities that you've identified, going after those funds. Just briefly to show you kind of what I've done here, the color scheme, the green is funding that we have already received. So successful grant applications that we have pursued. In some projects, we are partners. For example, the Safe Streets for All, there was just a newspaper article about that. The borough is actually the lead agency and the cities are partnering. But most of these are city-led grant fund requests. I'll jump down to just a couple. We've already received $365,000 for spruce bark beetle mitigation. We've wrapped up that work. We did a bunch of work at the campgrounds, as well as at many of our other city properties. And just today, actually, our team was out on the ground kind of with some folks from the state, as well as our forestry consultant, taking a look at that work. And we do believe we have a potential to amend our current grant agreement and secure some additional funding for additional fire mitigation work. So that's really positive. John and Andrew have been kind of leading our efforts on those projects. So that's something that's going to be potentially coming back to you as an amendment, and appreciate the positive work of the state in that regard. Riverfront redevelopment, you're well aware we're underway with our existing EDA federal grant, the $360,000 for the master planning effort. Just last week, the EDA issued the NOFO, which is the Notice of Funding Opportunity, for the next round of funding. This is a significant application process. Last time we spent almost a year putting that application together. So although our master plan is not yet done, it does make sense for us to start planning and thinking about this next round of funding, because the first funding we secured was for planning, but they do have funding for implementation. So construction, property acquisition, that kind of thing. So we're just keeping an eye on that. That opportunity just was published last week. Moving on to the field house. There's an ordinance that you'll be considering tonight, which would appropriate the bond proceeds. I've got those two bond tranches listed. We've got a potential city match that's to be determined. But in terms of outside requests, we have submitted our request to the state legislature for potential inclusion in a capital budget. And we spoke to legislators in our Juneau visit about that project as well. Just last week, we submitted two different federal requests, one through Senator Murkowski's office, one through Representative Peltola's office. They had different forms, but we submitted this project as our top priority to both. And that's the federal, formerly known as earmarks, now called congressionally directed spending process. But it's a slow process, but we are hopeful that the committees evaluating our request will find that the Fieldhouse meets their project guidelines and consider including us in that budget process. We believe we'll get some indication, at least at the committee level, later towards the early summer. In terms of if we're successful, when those funds would actually be available, I would anticipate it might be mid-2024. So that's just something we're keeping an eye out on. Really good news from the Rasmussen Foundation. We submitted a letter of inquiry, which is the first step of their process, also about the field house, and we're invited to submit a full application for $450,000 for the field house. So that full application is due April 21st. We'll be working to get those materials together, but really encouraging and appreciative of their initial support for us to continue in that process. And we do believe we will be potentially eligible to reapply in future funding cycles. So they have 2 funding cycles a year. And as the project moves forward, there might be additional opportunities to reengage. So that's very good news. And then just quickly summarizing some of the projects at the bottom these are where our transportation projects fit. But the state has a process for community transportation projects, and we've submitted 2 requests. One is the rehabilitation of Marydale Avenue, which, as you know, has been on our 5-year plan for quite a while. And eventually, from a maintenance perspective, we'll need to rehabilitate that. So that was one of 2 projects that we submitted to the state. The other being the Homestead connection. So the new connection that we'll be able to make getting Homestead Lane out to East Redoubt. We identified those as our top 2 transportation priorities that we felt were a good fit for the state's programs. We just submitted those. So we might hear back maybe next month, get some feedback from the state about those. Another transportation related project is the intersection of what will be the field house and the sports center with K Beach. So we worked with our consultants at HGR. This is one of the applications that we did at task with them to do a portion of the preparation. But we applied for a RAISE grant, which is a competitive national grant. So we'll be competing against communities all over the country, asking for funds to evaluate that intersection, do some of the engineering analysis, the traffic counts, the projections that would potentially justify signalization or some other thing right at that intersection. And so we work closely with the DOT. We know that that's the right location. What we don't yet know is whether the data justifies a signal at that location. So we applied for these RAISE grant funds. If we're successful, we would then do that analysis. We would hire someone to do that analysis with the goal of making a safer crossing right there at K Beach, connecting Salteshi Trails to the Unity Trails to our Centennial Loop and beyond, as well as dealing with what we know is going to be some additional traffic once we build out our facility. So those are some of the things that are on our radar. Appreciate all the feedback from council as you come across opportunities. We're going to try and evaluate and track as best we can how they meet our current needs. And we'll keep you updated as we hear back on some of these outstanding requests.
Thank you. Any questions from the council for Stephanie? Yes, go ahead, Chira.
It might not be the appropriate time, but I had a question just when you were talking about the K Beach intersection, because those 2 aren't across from each other, the Salteshi Trails, is there a plan to move them, or would it be a alternative style intersection?
Engineers, thank you, Councilmember Wackler through the Vice Mayor. Engineers don't like alternatives designs, we would be looking at that. So one of the things we talked about, is there a way to align that parking access at Salteshi with the access at our facility? As well as future down the road, looking at the potential for something that looks like a frontage road to get traffic off of Centennial to that signalized intersection. So part of the DOT's interest in this project is if it down the road can reduce some of the congestion coming out of our campground. As you guys know, in the summer, that's a hard left turn to make. And so looking long-term, we would be looking at all of the above. Thank you for the question.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Hutchins.
Yes, I don't know if you're aware, but Boys and Girls Club is looking at property that is adjacent to Salteshi Trails. And that would really make it nice because they want to do a Soldotna Clubhouse in that area. So if we had good access to the roadway on and off, it would be much safer. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Yes. Student council rep.
Thank you. I'm a runner and skier with Soldotna, and the Salteshi Trails are really important to both programs. So I'm really glad that you guys are putting the trail entrance into consideration with all of this planning and engineering. So thank you.
Seeing nothing further, for those of you in the audience, this is the spreadsheet she was talking about. So as you can see, there are a lot of projects that the city has gotten funded and is working on, and there's equal number of projects that are in the planning stages. So thank you for that update. Moving on, we go to item 7, public hearings. First item is ordinance 2023-007, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations by $15,100,000 in the Soldotna Regional Sports Complex Capital Projects Fund for the Fieldhouse General Obligation Bond issuance, introduced by the city manager. May I have a motion to enact? Yes.
I move the enactment of ordinance 2023-007, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations by $15,100,000 for the Soldotna Regional Sports Complex Capital Project Fund.
May I have a second? Yes, Ms. Swackler, thank you. Report from the administration, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. This ordinance would appropriate the full amount that is authorized under the bond issuance. To date, as we mentioned in our work session, we've received the first issuance of $10 million of that debt. That's in its own segregated account where it's earning interest and will be available for us to use. This ordinance would authorize that as well as a future tranche of debt if we needed up to that full $5 million amount. It's important from the perspective that when we get ready to potentially award construction of the project, it'll be important that we have authorization or funds reserved. And this is going to be reserving the majority of the funds needed for the project. We will come back at a later date and seek authorization and appropriation of the remaining funds. But we do ask council's consideration of this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? For those participating through Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. App users by pressing the raise your hand button, and phone participants by dialing *9 on your phone. Is there anyone in the audience here who would like to testify, provide comments on ordinance 2023-007? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Philip Smith, I live in the borough. Just a quick question. Where does the money from the general obligation bonds come from? And how is it going to be paid for after, like, how is the city going to satisfy that debt? That's the only question that I have.
If you would like to, Mrs. Queen, answer the question.
Sure. So general obligation bonds work just like debt, where we will be paying it back over a 30-year period. At least the initial $10 million tranche has a 30-year payback period. And at this point, we're just estimating to use existing revenue sources within the city. So our, majority of our revenue is from sales tax as well as property tax. But there's not currently a proposal to change our tax structure to accommodate that additional debt payment annually over the next 30 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to provide comment on ordinance 2023-007? Is there anybody on Zoom? Oh, come ahead, sir. Sorry.
Yes, David Brighton, still at 380 High Bush. Thank you. I think this is one of the key factors that city government, local government should be involved in, is making community spaces available for people to enjoy. We have long winters, cold winters, additional activity places, sites for activities for children and everyone benefit our society. So I'm excited about this. I think it's a great opportunity. I wish we had a few more places like this, but thank you, because this is at the heart of what I feel like you guys should be doing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom? Having no one else who wishes to speak, the item is back before the council. Are there any council comments? Yes, Mr. Chilson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd just like to also echo my thanks to staff and all the administration efforts that have been put into advancing this project. I think this is a very important thing for our community and giving our community members opportunity to get out and do things in the winter when those options are fairly limited. There's been a lot of focus on this impact it will have on mental health in the community. So just very excited to see this moving forward. And then to the previous question we had as far as how we're going to fund it, I also like to point out again that we have about $8 million or so in potential funding that we're pursuing as a city to help offset that debt obligation for the city. So thank you for those efforts.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Carey.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add, I very much appreciate the fact that the voters of the city of Soldotna approved this. So again, there was widespread discussion throughout the community, discussion of different options. And again, we are doing this because the voters have told us to.
Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote?
Wackler,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Hutchings,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes,
Carrie,
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
You have 6 yes votes.
thank you. By a vote of 6-0, ordinance 2023-007 has been adopted. Moving on, item 2, ordinance 2023-008, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations by amount not to exceed $1,200,000 in the Utility System Capital Improvement Fund for an anticipated Alaska Clean Water Fund loan from the State of Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation for Phase 2 of the biosolids dewatering replacement project. May I have a motion to enact, please? Thank you, Councilmember Hutchings. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Report from the administration, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. This is one of a few different agenda items in this current packet, as well as you recently authorized us to apply for loans for this project. But this is the dewatering project at our wastewater treatment plant. It's one of the last steps in the process, and we've got very antiquated equipment, a belt press that's at the end of its useful life. And we've been engaged for quite some time in the process of exploring alternatives to meet our needs for the utility moving forward. We have engaged with early phase of the project to do the design work, so identify the right equipment, and that will meet the specifications of our permitting needs moving forward. And we are also on the state's project list eligible for funds. There's a very low interest loan fund through the state of Alaska that funds utility projects, has very favorable terms. The city has used this funding in the past for projects at our plant. And this ordinance would appropriate $1.2 million that we would expect to receive in the term of a low interest loan for the project to move forward. We'd be looking to move forward immediately in terms of acquiring the equipment that has a long lead time and finalizing some of the facility design. And I will just also note that this project and these costs were incorporated into our overall rate structure study. So it's anticipated that the current rate plan that's in place for the utility will be sufficient to meet the needs of this project and its debt obligation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? For those participating through Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment. App users by pressing the raise your hand button, and phone participants by dialing *9 on your phone. Is there anyone here in the chambers who would like to offer comment on ordinance 2023-008? Giving people time. Are there any remote attendees wishing to speak? All right. Seeing no one who wishes to speak on the item, it is back before the council. Are there any council comments? Seeing no council comments, can we have a vote, please?
Hutchings,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Wackler,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
You have 6 yes votes.
Thank you. By a vote of 6-0, ordinance 2023-008 has been enacted. Moving on to item 8, unfinished business. We have ordinance 2023-006, amending Title 1 and 9 of the Soldotna Municipal Code to adopt a new section 9.20.090, a miscellaneous minor offense for lewdness or lascivious behavior and associated minor offense fine. It was tabled on March 8th. May I have a motion to take ordinance 2023-006 from the table? If there are no objections from the council, I would like to pass the gavel to Councilperson Carey.
Mayor Parker.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to take ordinance 2023-006 from off the table.
Is there a second to the motion before us? I would like to pass the gavel to our highest consecutive seniority member of the council, Representative Chilson. Thank you. I'd like to second the motion before us.
Thank you. There's a second. That's back.
Nope. You have.
Okay, so I believe at this point, the motion to remove this from the table is not debatable and we would proceed to a vote of the council. Okay, thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please? Oh, thank you. So the motion is to remove ordinance 2023-006, amending titles 1 and 9 of the Soldotna Municipal Code to adopt a new section 9.20.090, a miscellaneous minor offense for lewdness or lascivious, thank you, tired, behavior and associated minor offenses and fine sponsored by the mayor, tabled on March 8th.
So the motion is to remove it from the table?
Yes. We have a second, and I believe at this point we're ready for a roll call vote.
If I might.
Vice Mayor Parker?
Thank you, Acting Chair Chilson. Would the clerk please clarify what a yes vote and a no vote a yes vote would remove it from the table and a no vote would leave the ordinance table?
What she said.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. Thank you.
I believe we are ready for roll call.
Nelson,
Yes.
Hutchings,
No.
Chilson,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Wackler,
No.
Cassidy.
No.
The vote is tied. Mayor Whitney, please break the tie.
Thank you. Yes.
We have 4 yes votes.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to pass the gavel back to Vice Mayor Parker.
All right. So the motion to take from the table ordinance 2023-006 is back before the council for discussion. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? All right. If I can remind everyone to please be courteous and respectful during your comments. For those of you in the audience, I request you refrain from applauding, cheering, whistling, clapping, or boisterous behavior during the public comments. Please be respectful of the views of the speaker, even if you do not agree with them. Please observe proper decorum and do not engage in personal attacks or disruptive behavior. The council will respectfully listen to your comments. We're not here tonight to engage in a debate, but to listen to your comments and concerns. Thank you.
My name is Zeke Johnston. I live at 34218 Poppywood off of K Beach here in Soldotna. Vice Mayor Parker and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I've been here often over the past, well, it's almost been 9 months to address something that happened last year in our park that has caused a lot of disunity and quite an upheaval. Rather than kind of beat a dead horse and say a lot of the same things, I'd like to mention something that a wise man once said, which is in leadership, there are 3 questions you ask. Where am I from? Where am I going? And where am I right now? If you don't know where you're from, it's difficult to know who you are. If you're not sure where you're going, it's difficult to get there. And if you don't know where you're right now, you can't reach a goal. This is intended to be this is meant to be a nonpartisan body that I'm sitting in front of here today. It's really hard to be that in this day and age, I think. That being the case, when we look at our country, we see what we would call progressives and conservatives. And the idea behind a progressive is that they're moving forward, right? Making progress. The idea behind a conservative is that they believe there are timeless truths that need to be conserved. With that being said, I would just ask that in your decision-making regarding this ordinance that you ask, where are we going? Have we liked where we are at up to this point? Where are we going? And the decisions that I make, they are hopefully not along one party line or another, but hopefully they're a matter of conscience. And not all of you are necessarily religious people. that there is a creator God and we are accountable to him, regardless of our views. I would just ask that you would make decisions for this community based on what you believe is right according to your conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. The next person, thank you.
My name is Audrey Hickey and I live in Soldotna, Alaska. I do not give out my address publicly because of the very real violence that happens against the LGBTQ community and their allies. So if you need it, I can give it to you afterwards, but not on record. So I actually started Pride and have been actively involved in it with the last, man, I think we've been doing it 6 or 7 years now. And so the goal of Pride is to create a safe and affirming place in our community, one day out of the year. Hopefully the anger that you have all personally experienced the past 9 months has given you some insight into what our LGBTQ community members deal with every single day. That said, I would like to comment on the merits of the ordinance because that's what we're here to discuss. Not separation of church and state, not people's moral beliefs. We're here to talk about the merits of the ordinance. And so that's what I'd like to discuss. I think there's an immense lack of clarity and subjectivity in this ordinance. I know it was meant to like clarify things, but it really didn't. So in section 1A1, this is kind of like a process question that's very ambiguous. So it sounds like the park attendant is going to give the ticket to somebody if they determine the ordinance has been, I don't know, if somebody, they feel somebody deserves a fine, or maybe they call the police and then the police come and they decide. And then it talks about a hearing before a jury, which is very confusing because does that happen in state court? And then does the person get a public defender? Are we using city tax dollars to pay for that? Are we using state tax dollars to pay for that? Is the court gonna enact a city ordinance? It's very confusing. We already have state laws about indecency, which have never been violated at Pride in the Park. And the second is section A1-6. And it talks about like abnormal and unhealthy. And those terms really concern me because they've been really weaponized against the queer community. So I'd like to see those whittled down a little bit more clear. So I don't believe that this ordinance is anywhere near ready to be passed. Pride in the Park has always respected laws, including the First Amendment, and we'll continue to uphold those. We are asking for clarity. And we don't believe this ordinance has it. So we'll continue to follow the laws and we will continue to have drag queens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hickey. Thank you, sir. State your name, address. For the
You all get a
record.
smile. David Newsbaum, 1813 Aliac Drive, Kenai. At the last city council meeting, some of you clearly didn't understand the ordinance pertaining to the park issue. Or weren't taking things seriously because of the questions you were asking and thinking that you would be arrested for violating the ordinance. According to the third whereas statement in ordinance 2023-006, it states, the minor offense adjudication process is most efficient and effective when fines for violations are set in a fine table, allowing resolution of citations without appearing in court. The harshest way that this ordinance would be enforced, according to the ordinance itself, is a park attendant would request a visitor to leave. If the offender does not comply and they feel law enforcement is needed, they notify law enforcement. Even then, a law enforcement officer has to issue a verbal warning. If they still don't comply, then they can be given a $250 fine, not arrested. Do you guys know what is a more serious offense than anything that can be violated in this ordinance? According to Soldotna Municipal Code 8.06.060, that would be distribution of a single-use plastic disposable shopping bag. Not understanding those types of questions you are asking shows lack of care and discernment. Last council meeting, your questions in regard to 2023-005-006 and resolution 014, they were sufficiently answered by the city lawyer, the honorable police chief, thank you, and the city manager, and were satisfying answers to you, and you still voted no on the 2 and then decided to table the 006. I also don't understand why you didn't take the recommendation of the Parks and Rec Commission after they were in unanimous support. A question I'd like answered is, what did you guys find that was deficient in their decision? I hope when it comes time to vote on this ordinance that you'll vote otherwise. Lastly, this is not about a particular person or a particular group. We are all one nation, one community under God. This is about the community as a whole, Soldotna, surrounding areas, and everyone who visits. I have tried to respectfully engage in profitable dialogue with those who are in favor of all this public sexual conduct, and they are consistently racist and sexist toward a lot of us because they tell us that we can't understand why they need these public sexual acts, because we are privileged white males who are fearful and mean. Yet when I bid them a good night, they scowl at me and they treat me the same way that they have always been complaining about being treated. This whole thing has been drawn out for far too long, and it is not a complicated process. We get the feeling that you don't understand, that we don't understand how city government operates, and you pretend that it's really complicated, and it's actually very disrespectful to us. The community is starting to get the impression that you don't care about public safety and aren't doing your service that you were voted in to do.
Good evening. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Michelle Vasquez and I live in Soldotna. I also do not give out my address. I am an advocate and ally of the LGBTQ community. Here we are once again before the city council as another attempt to quell the loud voices of the anti-drag queen and anti-LGBTQ plus voices attempt to put my beloved community back in the closet so their children will be protected. Why these folks are asking you to protect their children from something they perceive as illegal, immoral, and indecent is beyond me, especially since none of them attended Pride with or without their children. At one of the first meetings held months ago, City Attorney Chandler stated that nothing about the drag performance was illegal under state law, period. However, that was not good enough for the anti-LGBT folks. Not only did they continue to attend city council meetings to complain and malign the drag performer at Pride, they started attending Parks and Rec meetings to do the same thing. Did any of you consider that this was just discrimination, bigotry, and bullying by these folks against the LGBTQ plus community? I certainly did. I have read their letters to the council, heard their public testimony, and unfortunately saw their posts on various social media platforms. Their opposition to the drag performance is nothing more than homophobia, bigotry, and bullying wrapped up in a demand for the city to protect their children. In more blunt terms, they want you to ban drag performances at Pride in the Park because they find it offensive, even though none of them attended the event last year or in past years. And because of all the outcry to protect our children, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board recommended changes to policies and rules governing the use of the park by the public. I don't know if it was out of fear or an attempt to appease those who yelled the loudest, but the city administration spent countless hours coming up with a laundry list of definitions of obscene conduct and created an ordinance against lewdness in the city of Soldotna. The resolutions have been voted down, but the lewdness ordinance is still before you, and I have to ask why. Pride did nothing wrong and the drag performers broke no laws. Why introduce this citywide lewdness ordinance? Since we were told no law was broken last summer and no law would be broken in the future, please explain to me and the others in attendance why this citywide lewdness ordinance is being presented at all. The city administration said at the last meeting that this ordinance was not a response to the outcry against the drag performers, but I disagree. It is disingenuous for the city to say this ordinance is not a direct response to the backlash against drag performers. And let me tell you quite bluntly that the anti-LGBTQ plus folks believe that this ordinance will ban drag performances. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Is there anyone else?
Am I here at the right time?
You're here at the right
I
time.
apologize for that.
That's all right.
Again, Jacob, 48176 Ryan Creek Circle, Soldotna, Alaska. I was at the last meeting where this ordinance was tabled. I do appreciate that you guys decided to table it to take a better look at it. It was a little confusing because you guys had good explanation from the city attorney, approval from city administration, and a great explanation from the Soldotna City Police Chief. And a lot of questions were brought forward. There's a lot of discussion, which was good to see. I think a lot of that was valid. A lot of it felt kind of leading. But I felt that it was adequately discussed and a lot of your concerns were answered. Things like breastfeeding and different things like that, that obviously didn't apply, which were good questions, but again, they were answered. This ordinance, all it does is put a clearer and more concise standard out there as far as how we all need to conduct ourselves. It's not directed at anybody. It's for everyone equally in this community. I see no reason why it'd be directed at anyone. In fact, it was said that its constitutionality is sound and it's constitutionally correct. It's backed by case law. So I'm really confused at how we weren't able to reach a true nonpartisan decision at the last meeting. It just feels like a lot of agendas are attached to this, and that's unfortunate because it isn't directed at any one group or community. It's an overall conduct decision that I think the community wants. We want to see something put forward that says, yeah, we do care about decency, basic common decency and morality. And I know some people believe these things aren't important, but I believe that they are. And many of us believe that they are. There's quite a huge amount of the community that's here today that wants to tell you that we do believe that these are still important things to protect, especially when we're talking about the eyes and innocence of our children, our minors. They're not old enough to discern a lot of this, and it's hard enough to keep their eyes innocent in the world we live in. Again, this is not directed at anybody specifically, but it would be dishonest to say that that event was not the catalyst for awareness and heading in this direction. I think it more added awareness to, yeah, we should probably take a better look at this. And it was very gray and ambiguous. And I think this ordinance adds more clarity. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Joshua Silzo, 41955 Salamatoff Drive, Soldotna. I just want to bring up the fact that this ordinance, I think you're hearing a paradox here. If there wasn't a plan or a motive or an agenda to take things any further than what happened in the park last summer, to go any further down this road of indecency and public promiscuity, then why would anyone feel threatened by the wording of this ordinance? If what's in this ordinance is okay with the people of this community, why does anybody feel threatened by the ordinance passing? I just think it stands to reason that the only reason for opposing the language in this ordinance is that there is a definite plan and agenda to keep pushing the boundaries further and further when it comes to public decency. And I will remind this council that our children are the future of this community. We, the families, the couples that are raising children, our children here, we're raising the future of this community. And we have a right to discuss sexuality with them in the privacy of our own homes and not to go into the public spaces of this town and have to explain to them things that they don't need to be exposed to at their age. There's no excuse for it. There isn't. I urge the council to look at the wording of this ordinance and ask yourself, what is in there that's so offensive and threatening to anyone in this community who just wants to be able to live together in peace and harmony with a sense of common decency? Friends, there's nothing in there that threatens any of us unless we have a rather sinister, immoral agenda, one that I don't think belongs in a place like Soldotna. One that I think most of the people in this room don't think belongs in a place like Soldotna. And I'd urge the council to consider the ordinance and passing it because it is good wording and it is common ground that I think we can find unless we have an agenda that I would strongly question. And I think you should question it too.
Thank you. Next. I think you turned the mic off. Should be a green button. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dustin Real. I live at 303 Arlington. I moved with my family here in the winter of 2021. That previous summer, I had visited. I'd been to it was my first day in Alaska. On that very first day in Alaska, we spent a Wednesday at the Soldotna Creek Park meeting some friends that we knew here. We love the community feel and the opportunity for our kids to play and have fun. What I did not expect was that the next spring, those in the park would be exposed to sexually explicit and inappropriate content for public parks. Public parks are for the enjoyment of families, not for the sexual exploration and sexual fantasy gratification of confused individuals. What is decent and moral should be common sense. The fact that this topic has to be debated and shows the decline in decency and grasp of common sense in our society. It isn't controversial or confusing or difficult to understand that sexual content should not be permitted in a family park. I'm disappointed the last two resolutions were voted down and that the current one is even being debated. Allow for common decency in our parks. Have a backbone and don't fall victim to bullying. Men dressing as women is an individual's sexual fantasy and has no place where kids go to play and enjoy the outdoors. It is a mockery of women and akin to blackface. It shouldn't be tolerated, and their private sexual fantasies should be left where they belong, in private. We shouldn't let any other group act out where we wouldn't let any other group act out sexually explicit material on stage, in public, in the day, with children present. Why would we even consider this as an option? If I stood up right now, dressed as I am, and started making sexually suggestive movements or acting in a sexual way, you would all be offended by it, and so would everybody in the crowd. It wouldn't be tolerated. Why are we letting it in parks? Pass it.
Yes, ma'am.
Aha. My name's Jen Brighton. I live in Kenai. I work in Soldotna. I shop in Soldotna. I come to Soldotna all the time. I'm here tonight because I want to protect children from seeing inappropriate adult behavior. I want to share a story about my son. As the protective mother that I am, I'm going to note that I have his permission to tell this story. 2 years ago this month, my adult daughter announced that she and her girlfriend had gotten engaged. As summer approached, our family planned to go to the Pride Walk together, and I asked my other kids if they would like Pride shirts to wear for the event. They each picked out something they liked. My then 11-year-old son asked if he could have a hoodie too, because he found one that he liked, a blue hoodie with a little frog holding a rainbow flag. So I got it for him, and he wore that hoodie almost every day. That fall, he started middle school, and a few weeks into the school year, he came to me and he told me that he needed a new hoodie. I asked what had happened. He told me that when he wore the hoodie, the other kids teased him and said that he was gay. Mom, he said, I told them I'm not gay, that I don't know what I am. And I told him it's fine to not know his orientation. I know, he said, but they just keep saying that if I wear the hoodie, then I'm gay. And I asked them to stop talking about it, and they won't. Naturally, I offered to go talk to the school, to the teacher, to the principals. He said, please don't. And I understand why. We all know that bullies tend to punish their targets when we tell them that. So I bought my son a new hoodie. And I mourn the fact that wearing a hoodie with a rainbow on it made a sweet little boy into a target. Part of me mourns, and part of me is enraged. Because I hear these cries of protect the children, and please believe me that I am a mama bear, and that is why I'm here, is to protect children, because our children and the children of our community are watching us, and they will be impacted by what the council decides, but maybe not in the ways that some of us were thinking. I appreciate the efforts of the city council to keep our children and families safe, and the many other duties that you guys have. I don't take issue with the language in 2023-006, except it seems redundant and unnecessary because we already have state laws that cover that. I am frustrated to see the amount of time that's been spent on the development and discussion of these things, because I think it's been time wasted. Not only because it's redundant, but because they were never really about kids. I've heard the testimony. I've read the letters. I have watched threats toward the council and toward other members of the community, and threats are not advocacy. It's bullying. Here's what happens if this gets passed. Pride in the Park continues without change. There are no plans and no agenda to do things differently than what we have before.
How much longer do you have, ma'am?
Probably less than a minute.
Go ahead.
Okay. 2, a certain group of citizens in this community learn that they can bully their city council. 3, a certain group of other citizens, those in the LGBTQ community, learn that they are not safe here. 4, and most importantly, our children learn from all of this as well. Some of our children learn that it's okay to bully people who are different from themselves. Some of our children learn that many adults in this community support that bullying. Our queer children learn that they're not safe here and that they cannot count on adults to protect them. Please protect our children. Teach them kindness and dignity, not fear and bullying. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Philip Smith, I live in the borough. First of all, thank you all for the hard work that you all have been doing on this. It's my first meeting coming and speaking, so forgive me for my noviceness. Thank you for bringing this back to the table and allowing us to discuss it. I think that I'm not anti-LGBTQ or anything like that. I just don't want that kind of activity in parks and in public places. If people want to dance like that, they should do it behind closed doors, and they're allowed to do that. That's their right to do it in private. I don't think sexual acts should be done in public spaces. If I wanted to dance in a skimpy bodysuit in here, it would be kind of ugly and gross, and I think all of you would be offended. I know lots of people here wouldn't want to see me dance. My wife doesn't even want to see me dance in the shower. So thank you for doing all this hard work. And if you want to dance like that, you should be able to do it behind closed doors where it belongs. And I'm not being a bully to anybody. I think it's just appropriate public behavior that needs to be discussed, and not immoral, but non-public displays of sexuality are great behind doors. But I'm all for PDA, kissing, hugging. You can hold hands by all means, but lewd, gross, nasty behavior in public should not be tolerated anywhere. And I just wanted to say thank you again for all the hard work y'all have been doing on this, and hope y'all have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to leave this on or turn it off.
Leave it on. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Summer Lazenby. I live outside Soldotna. I want to thank the council for your previous decisions to defeat the previous ordinances. We've listened to many people testify over this past year, and quite frankly, it's a giant exercise of hypocrisy. These folks who proclaim they are aiming to protect youth from groomers are not actually targeting the actual groomers and abusers. They're not targeting various churches where numerous youth leaders and pastors have been convicted of sexually abusing youth, where churches have hidden and facilitated said abuse. They are not protesting youth sports where numerous coaches have been convicted of abusing children. They're not protesting karate dojos where instructors have been convicted of sexual abuse of minors. They're not vocally demanding charges for our former state attorney general who allegedly abused a girl years ago as a coach. They aren't protesting movie theaters when parents take their younger kids to a rated R film. In fact, many of these folks will vocally support our former president who advocated grabbing women by their vaginas. They're targeting a group of people they simply do not like. City property is for all of the community. I don't like that a church is allowed to hold their services, but I understand it is their right. I don't like that people can come to council meetings and spew what I view as hateful language, but I also recognize it is their right. I don't like that some guy can fly an F Joe Biden flag from his truck, but that is his right. just as it's the right of drag performers to perform. They aren't groomers, they aren't confused, they aren't lewd, they aren't lascivious. They aren't coming after our children. You know who hasn't been convicted of sexual abuse on a large scale? Drag queens. But pastors, youth leaders, coaches, and teachers have. Drag is a form of expression, and when I see expression I don't like, I take my kids elsewhere. Please don't cave to a small group of loud community members. They do not speak for what is decent for all. In the 1960s, it wasn't about water fountains, and today it is not about actually protecting children. Please defeat this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. We've got kind of a lineup started out there to make it. So if you're interested in testifying, thank you, sir.
I'm Mike Delbaum. I live at 49155 Charlie Brown Lane. To me, this isn't a gay issue, a straight issue. If straight man and woman were doing lewd things in front of my children, I'd be upset, and I am upset. And I'm sure I'm 66 years old. If I go down to that park and do a nasty dance in front of the kids in the summertime, Mr. Meeks is going to come visit me, and rightly so. It's behavior. It's indecent behavior, whether it's straight or gay. We shouldn't endure that in front of our children. And it's just wrong. Because I would be arrested for that. But I don't belong to a group, so I'm not. I'm disgusted by this behavior, and it shouldn't be allowed. Are there laws against lewd behavior and indecent exposure in front of children? That's it. So let's just look at what it is, indecent behaviors. It's not gay, it's not straight. It's indecent behavior in front of children. That park should be a safe place. The school should be a safe place. And so just I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kate V. I'm from Soldotna. Thanks for taking my testimony. I'm sending respect to everybody out there. This ordinance can be separated into two parts: the indecent exposure part as outlined in points 5 through 9, and the contemporary community standards as outlined in points 1 through 4. Indecent exposure is covered in Alaska Statute 1141-460. It states, an offender commits the crime of indecent exposure in the second degree if the offender knowingly exposes the offender's genitalia in the presence of another person with reckless disregard for the offensive, insulting, or frightening effect the act may have. Violation of this law results in prison time, a fine, or both. Alaska state law on indecent exposure is plenty. We don't need another local ordinance to cover state law. Does it cover a family-friendly drag show where the performers are wearing 3 bodysuits under their costumes? No. Does it cover someone dressed up as a belly dancer? No. But it does cover up the main pelvic areas of the human body, and that's enough. The other part to examine is the contemporary community standards. Who gets to define what the community standards are? What are the national standards, and where do they come from? Who wrote them? Were they voted on? Is there some way to cite the source of the national standards inside of this ordinance? Who gets to decide what has literary, scientific, or political value? How are you going to ensure that one group's community standards aren't used to abuse another group of people? And as it stands now, I would not pass this ordinance. It is too vague, and I smell a lawsuit. If you want to continue trying to pass this thing, divvy it up into 2 parts: the indecent exposure part and the community contemporary standards part. The first part is straightforward. However, the second part, which is community standards, should you choose to turn this into an ordinance, you will have to decide what groups will be allowed to use the park. Will you allow LGBTQ groups to use the park? How about the beer people? Will environmentalists get to use the park? What about the circus? If one group uses a security camera if one group uses a security camera or stolen Facebook video footage to accuse another group of something bad, will the accusing group then be accused of harassment, which is illegal and punishable by law in the state of Alaska? This looks like a fight between the Hatfields and the McCoys. And in this day and age, that amounts to attorney fees. If you pass an ordinance to appease Hatfields, which results in the McCoys expulsion from the parks, the McCoys will hire lawyers and you, the city, will hire lawyers. The last time I hired a lawyer, I paid over $1,000 for a few hours. Would the Hatfields be able to pony up the funds to cover the city taxpayers' legal defense? Or would the taxpayers get stuck footing the bill to pass an ordinance that really only the Hatfields wanted in the first place? Thanks for listening to me, and again, respect to all. I would not vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person.
Hi again. My name is Sarah Erickson, again, 37868 Grayling Court, but I just weigh in on just another perspective for everyone to kind of think about. I am in the park every Wednesday. In the summer, I was there at the Pride thing because I have a booth and I sell dog treats. So I see it all. I see all the little dancers that get on stage. And, I grew up in a conservative Christian family. And I'll tell you, I've been offended several times by the little troop dance girls that get up there. And I go, man, I mean, if it was my girl, I'd be dragging her by her hair and say, oh no, Missy, you get off that stage. You're not twerking like Miley Cyrus. It was offensive to me. So this ordinance, I guess, is just a little bit, seems subjective because who gets to set the standard by what's offensive? I'm offended by the little dance troupe. I might be overly offended or, I don't like that. But I guess we really need to ask ourselves, is this really what we want? Because I'll be the first to go tell that park attendant, call a chief of police because I'm offended by this little troop up here. If this is gonna happen, then this has to be equal playing field for everybody. And just want parents here to understand that if your kids are in a dance troupe, they're going to be held to that same standard. I don't like what I see. In fact, the difference between the Pride thing is that the ones that were there were actually ones that wanted to be there. The ones at the park, they just get on stage and they're dancing and you get what you get. I didn't sign up for it, but it's on the stage. So it just seems like this ordinance is very subjective to whose opinion is it lewd, and that's all I wanted to point out. So if we could just kind of think about ourselves, and just say, do we want our girls to get on stage and do this twerking? Because it's the same kind of thing. I was offended by it. Hopefully we understand that if I was a park attendant, I'd be like, hey, this has got to go. So this is going to cause a lot of mess. So I just think this is going to cause some mess. But if you guys go for it, fine. I just thought I'd weigh that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The next person to offer public comment.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Smith. I live at 46854 Lake Street in Kenai. Because I work with the utility, I work throughout the whole communities and in closely. And I care about all the people that are in the community and put myself on the line to keep the power on and keep things going. And I think that Soldotna has something very special in its parks. We talked about Soldotna Creek Park. That's a park unlike probably very many anywhere in the world. And so thank you all for your consideration, working on this council in the city and doing what you do to help make that a great place for people not from Soldotna and people everywhere to be comfortable and to recreate, to get together, all those good things. I think that everybody should be welcome and feel welcome in the parks. And they should be a safe place for all different kinds of people. I think we can all agree on that. I don't think that every human behavior is appropriate in the parks and in public settings, whether actual real behavior and practice or whether pretending to have that actual behavior and practice. There are a number of things you can use your own imagination that I could pretend to do in the public parks, which would be inappropriate and offensive to a variety of people that were there. And because of that, I should not do those in a public place. I really don't like rules. And I find it irritating that we have to think about making more rules for public spaces. And that you all have to wrestle with, do we put more rules in the public spaces? But it seems like that it's perhaps in vogue right now for some people to try to push the boundaries and the limits and do things that haven't traditionally been done or allowed in these public spaces. And again, I think that some behaviors are best not for public. And the other thing too about taking certain behaviors and bring them to the public, you just ruin the specialness of what the behavior is. There's some activities that I participate in as a married man. If I bring those into the public, it ruins the specialness. So I don't even understand why we're wanting to make everything public. And I don't think that putting somebody on a stage to do activities or pretend to do activities somehow makes it more palatable or makes it better for the community. Anyway, again, thank you for your service. Thank you for your wonderful parks and facilities that you have in Soldotna that we all enjoy. I mean, what places are like Soldotna City Park where you can play in the playground, you can throw frisbees for the dog, you can go down and catch a limit of sockeye. Really, what a blessing we have to be entrusted with these kinds of places that we live in.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Ash Magallanes. I'm a little late to the game, so I'm going to read from an email that you should have received from me this afternoon. First of all, thank you for welcoming community consideration. I'd like to highlight that I support Soldotna Pride in the Park, drag artists, and all LGBTQ+ individuals' rights to thrive in our community. Was not going to read this, but I don't really care for the language in the ordinance. That's my main point. I am a parent. My children have 2 moms. As a parent and member of this community, I cannot stress enough how important it is for me to be able to make my own choices in regards to what my children are exposed to. I consider myself a reasonable person, and the language of contemporary community standards among so much more is vague and has the potential to do more harm than good. I strongly feel that the ordinance leaves too much room for interpretation and potential for not only LGBTQ+ peoples to be unlawfully discriminated against and targeted, but for all of the Soldotna area. This type of language opens the door for more harmful and discriminatory policies, practices, and day-to-day actions. It encourages it. It is a risk that our community cannot afford. It's taking multiple steps back. This is not progress with respect to tradition. As a community committed to growth and the support of our youth, we cannot contribute to or allow the sexualization and demonization of our LGBTQ+ individuals. We are often dismissed as a minority, but if more folks are not out, then we have to ask ourselves why. LGBTQ folks are everywhere among us, and if we don't know anyone who identifies in that way, I'd love to meet you. And it's likely because they do not feel safe enough to be out. I implore you to ensure that LGBTQ+ people of all ages feel safe in Soldotna. Safe as in affirmed, beyond accepted, but included and celebrated, not unnecessarily sexualized in ways that put them at risk of being mislabeled as dangerous threats to the community. I am one of your LGBTQ+ community members. I am married and have K-12 age children. We are community contributors, love our family, and are happy and successful LGBTQ+ individuals. Regardless of how our children identify, we can't hide our family makeup. We have no desire to hide it and should not have to. We out ourselves every time we fill out a form or leave the house together. Please understand that your decisions, actions, and the language that you use directly contribute to how the community receives us when we leave our house, and will continue to affect ours and our children's daily lives on a daily basis since we hope to never leave the area. Even with what I've shared, I understand that I'm speaking from a place of privilege. I'm secure in how I identify, I'm loved and accepted, but still at risk of being in danger if I'm not welcomed in my community. Not everyone has love, acceptance, and safety, but we all deserve it. I'm almost done.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope that you'll continue to make moves towards that goal. For now, I will happily take responsibility for my ability to regulate what my children are exposed to in public spaces, and I look forward to attending any and all upcoming LGBTQ+ events. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ashley. Next.
Name is Milt, 33325 Echo Lake Road in Soldotna. I had no intention to speak tonight, to just listen. But what I've heard all evening is everybody has an opinion and everybody has feelings. And I think it's important to recognize that our feelings and our opinions can lie to us. Sometimes I can feel a certain way and I have a desire for a certain outcome. But sometimes my feelings and opinions will lie to me because I'm human. You all have been put in places of a lot of responsibility in a higher position, and to whom much is given, much is required. So I think it's important for you to recognize and remember that you don't represent your own opinions or feelings. You represent the people of the community. Alaska is, I just moved up here in August to be part of something so unique, something different, something special that the lower 48 has lost. Alaska is different. Soldotna is different. And I think if we put our feelings and our thoughts aside, they will lie to us. But what I want to leave you with this is, you're not going to answer to me. None of us are going to answer to each other. We can all feel right or wrong or offended or whatever. The bottom line is this: one day, each and every one of us will stand before God and give an answer for what we've done. Again, you have been given much responsibility. I don't envy you for that, but you're responsible to make the right decisions to represent the people of this community, not just a few, but the majority of the people of this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Welcome to Alaska. Are there any other individuals who would like to testify? Yes, sir.
My name is Barry Soley, live at 48235 Cock Robin Court, Soldotna. And got 10 grandkids that frequent the park. And I make a majority of my income off the Soldotna Wednesday market. I really appreciate the council too for what they've done. I felt like we were in a little bubble here throughout the last few years. And it just was so refreshing. That's a fun park. And that's because of the work you guys have done. So, but I am strongly in support and would encourage every one of you to, if you, to consider this, passing this ordinance. And pretty much all I got to say. I'm not going to try and add. There's been some really good opinions on both sides. We'll have to hear, but that's, as a grandfather and trying to be here a long time, I ask you to strongly consider. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on ordinance 2023-006? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Michael Henry. I'm a resident of Kenai, live off of K Beach Road. I just wanted to thank you for your time and ask that you, I wanted to say my support and request that you pass this ordinance 006. I have reviewed this. I didn't see anything in this ordinance that says anything about restricting anybody based on their sexual orientation, based on drag queens or anything like that. I see specific behavior being discussed and specific behavior being restricted that I think is a very appropriate restriction in order to keep public behavior appropriate. We have a duty as a society to make rules against what we deem to be appropriate and not appropriate. That is something that has always been a part of societies. And it has always been that laws change over time, that we have to clarify them or add new rules in order to address perhaps behaviors that weren't an issue 20 years ago, as far as being something that happened in a common basis in a public place. So it's very normal to have to perhaps modify or put in new ordinances. I think it's very common that people who are not used to reading rules or ordinances or laws be confused by them and the wording and the way they are articulated. So I think it's very important here for the council to remember that The city attorney has already reviewed these ordinances and found them to be sound, defensible, and constitutional. And I think it's very important that you put the weight on that professional opinion rather than lay opinions as to whether they are defensible or appropriate. And so I just ask that you would pass this ordinance because as a community member, I think it's important that we restrict a behavior that is in the public eye. I certainly wouldn't expect that a strip club would be open to the public on the side of the road. I wouldn't expect that regardless of whether what their gender, race, creed, anything. I don't expect to see that in the public. There is a reason those things are restricted. Somebody else mentioned children dancing on the stage. I wouldn't expect to see inappropriate dancing from children, men, women, any humans. I don't expect to see those sorts of things in the public. And so I appreciate the time and effort that was put into these ordinances to draft them in a very fair and equitable way so that there's no attack on any certain person group. This is a restriction that would be applied fair and equitably to all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to testify? Yes, sir.
Roy Dudley, 253 West Crowell Avenue, Soldotna. Tonight, we have observed groups with competing agendas in conflict. And the rhetoric, a lot of it inflammatory rhetoric that accompanies those conflicting agendas. What I'd like to point out is at the beginning of this hearing, Madam Vice Chair read out a set of rules, behavioral expectations that everyone here was expected to adhere to. When you attend or when you are on school premises, there's a set of rules, behavioral expectations that are understood. When you are in other places, there's behavioral expectations. There are rules that accompany, that are understood. Yes, in our culture today, we're seeing standardized, that which was readily accepted. The envelope is being pushed. We see, I remember Thomas Kuhn, theories of scientific revolution. How do we get to new paradigms? Well, you have anomalies. But do we really have an anomaly here? What's at stake? Observe that what is considered proper decorum in public places, that envelope is being pushed. And just like you would not allow certain behaviors in schools, there are certain behaviors that are not appropriate in public places, particularly parks. So I am here to speak in favor of this ordinance, even though sadly it will constitute one more set of rules and regulations, one more layer of law that would be so desirable not to have necessary, but because the envelope is being pushed, they're pushing for these types of ordinances to have to be enacted.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to testify on 2023-006? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jenny Nussbaum and I'm in Kenai, and I would like to express my polite disappointment in the resolution being voted down. Improving guidelines to be more specific on what behavior is acceptable, especially for city public use grounds, is crucial for maintaining the integrity of our community, especially for children, not just my children, everybody's children. Certain things shouldn't be visible to children, not just mine. This isn't just about me and my 2 boys. This is about all children, all families. Any public display that has sexually inappropriate behavior is unacceptable in public. It's just not okay. We live in a day and an age where security measures are increased everywhere we look. This isn't a new idea to us. We have new logins with intense password upgrades. We have 3-step verification processes. We have facial recognition on our phones. We have travel insurance, car insurance. We're familiar with the phrase, check this box to indicate that you have read and understand the restrictions may apply. We understand that upgrades to laws and rules are important. It's not new to us. This shouldn't feel new and weird and scary and like too much for anyone. Not taking it seriously to upgrade the security measures for safety and decency for our small community here is important. We see the world pushing all these other things I just listed. We should be taking one step forward to making sure our community here is safe. Especially when it's a pretty easy thing to where we just clarify some words to make sure that it is decent exposure that is going to be out there. Like somebody shared earlier, whether it's a dance troupe, whether it's this group, that group, whatever age, 9 to 99, it should apply to everybody. I feel like we also need to remember that this is not a one or the other situation. This is not a, if we adopt this, then no more people that associate this way can ever rent this. It's not a one or the other. It's a, people can rent this space as long as they are being respectful of those in the audience, those passerbys, the children, the people. This is not a one or the other. And I feel like people feel that way. Like, oh, if we get this, then no more people can do this. Well, you can use the space as long as you are being decent and respectful and responsible with the time you have there. Like somebody shared, we have a pretty great place here, and we don't want it to take steps down a path where it's hard to regain. And little eyes see things, and once it's seen, it's not unseen. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I see anyone else? Yeah, come forward.
Hi, thank you. My name is Leslie Bird. I have a Soldotna PO box. I was at work earlier, so I apologize for being late. I've heard a lot of stuff in this discussion for the last 9 months where I'm told it's not either or. Okay, fine. Then how come when everyone talks to me about it, they say, well, at least you guys will now know what you're allowed to do. Oh, really? Thank you. I'd like to clarify, there's a lot of conversations here about keeping the children safe. If you were in attendance at my production, you would have seen how happy and safe all of the attendees were. You would know that, no, the Queens did not lure people to this stage. That was me asking everyone to come in for a photo. You would know that the Queen did not enter the women's bathroom chasing a young person into the stall. The person went in there to see if there was a full-length mirror, but there was not. These are examples of things that have circulated on social media with one side of a story, and not a single soul, besides a couple of members of this council, have asked me about it. So I think that if we discussed this and someone had actually approached the organizers of the event from the very beginning, we could have avoided 9 months of wasted time and money. I feel like a lot of those Save the Children things came from a lot of that social media in the beginning, and it was just a complete one-sided representation of a story that never happened. I got no complaints from my attendees until 2 weeks later when an attendee complained to me and said, Hey, do you know there's people that weren't even at our event that are raising issues with the council about what happened, and now they're working on ordinances? It's really hard for me not to think that that is a directed ordinance. I have so many points. There was no stripping, so I don't know why we keep talking about strip clubs. It's there. My friend posted the video, and not because our queen showed 0.002% of my entire production. They showed an opaquely covered butt for about 3 seconds. We showed that video because that human in 4-inch heels immediately did 3 standing backflips in succession. Holy cow, that is impressive. It is artistic. It is representative of my community. So what? They were wearing a skirt. Oh my gosh, bagpipers and performers through history have done this. I'm sure you all have heard these things. We've been watching Robin Williams and Birdcage and Dustin Hoffman, and it's never been an issue. Barney Fife dressed in drag. And I know people keep saying it's not about drag, but I just explained where that's coming from. I'd like to know who's going to regulate Tiffany when she comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. And thank you for your email and everybody else who's sent us lots of emails. Anyone else who would like to testify on 2023-006, come forward, please, sir.
Hi there, Andy Cizik, 33060 Baylor Street, Soldotna. I'm a dad, raised my kids here. I am now a grandfather, helping to raise my grandchildren here. And I hear this term progressive going around an awful lot. And it's not progressive to me, it's regressive. So I think it's very important when you sling words around, you need to know what the meaning behind them is. Just like with anything, including a few presidents ago that paid millions of dollars to hide his so-called citizenship. You need to not be afraid if you're legit and expose what needs to be exposed. I have nothing to hide. And that's the way things should be. However, it seems to be a hidden agenda in here someplace because of the pursuit to do things and stretch boundaries and do things that aren't appropriate. Now, I know I've spent a number of days in the park with my grandkids. And if I had been there that day with the grandkids, I wouldn't have been too impressed with the whole situation. I don't need guys slinging their whatever to anybody, let alone me, or more than that, even my kids or grandkids. And back to the progressive thing, this country is being run over by so-called progressive, but look at it and tell me where exactly it's leading us, okay? To me, again, it's not in the right direction. So anytime I hear progressive anymore, I really perk up and listen because that's not the direction I want to progress. So I'd ask that you guys pretty much look at the same thing and make sure that if you're progressing, that we are doing it for the benefit of the majority of people and not special interest groups that want to control the vast majority. We have enough of that issue in this state and this nation already as well. Being controlled by small special interest groups that it should not be that way. We need to take into account what we have and what we want to truly take us in the right direction. So I thank you for your time and what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here that would like to testify on 2023-006? Madam Clerk, is there anyone on the remote attendees wishing to speak? Oh, sorry, sir.
Sorry about that. I was a little slow. My name is David Brighton, and I do want to say that I'm a little scared to be here. One of the previous organizers of Pride in the Park was attacked. She and her wife left this community because they didn't feel safe. Her attacker has never been found. That person is still at large. So giving my address is intimidating because that person's still out there. And as one of the current organizers of Pride in the Park, I just put a target on my back and I want to protect my family. I want to protect my children. I'm confused about this ordinance. None of the language would impact anything that's happened at the park, anything that will be happening at the park. As far as Pride in the Park goes. I hear many people talking about appropriateness, and I think that they have it's interesting. The LGBT community is under a microscope on whether or not something is appropriate or not. But when we have adolescent children dancing in very provocative ways and very skimpy outfits, frankly, no one has ever questioned that. That's never come up. And we all know it happens if you're at the park and you see, dance troops and I'm not opposed to that because I love freedom. And sometimes sometimes I don't love the freedoms that we have because people do things that I don't like, but that's okay because I get to have my community. I get to be safe in my shoes. And we need to honor those freedoms. And so I agree with several people that have talked about not wanting to have more rules because I love freedom. I love to be free. And I think self-expression is an important thing. I am the Sources of Strength coordinator at Skyview Middle School. That is an anti-bullying, anti-suicide campaign. And one of the reasons I come and testify before you is because 40% of children in the LGBTQ plus community have attempted suicide. And so when an ordinance like this comes up, whether the language does anything, it's a bellwether event. And the people in the community recognize that they're being bullied, that they're trying to be pushed back into the closet. And that's a problem because these kids are killing themselves because they don't feel accepted. And whatever else our feelings are, I want to protect the children. I spend a lot of time taking care of kids as a profession, and I don't bring whatever views I have outside of, the school into my classroom. I'm a very professional person. I'm a language arts teacher, and so I talk about reading and writing in my classroom. But these kids need a place where they can feel safe, and Pride in the Park is being attacked right now. So please don't vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here? Yes, sir.
My name is Bradley Mangle. I live in Kenai, and I sent an email because I wasn't sure I was actually going to make it tonight, and I wasn't even planning on saying anything. As one of the other gentlemen stated, but hearing terms like attacking and bullying and stuff, I believe is far outside the scope of what is trying to accomplish here. I've worked many jobs in my short life from coast to coast throughout the US. I've been in the military, I've traveled, I've worked with every race, creed, sexual statement, orientation, whatever you want to say. I have never attacked anyone. I've had some of the most meaningful conversations with those individuals. And for it to continue to be stated that this is bullying, this is attacking, and that it's vague verbiage, I think is grossly inaccurate. We're not talking about one specific group, and I wanted to add my voice to that. I don't care if you want to have your pride celebration and then go for it. We're talking about specific kind of behavior. I no more want to see the backside of a man than I do the breasts of a porn star celebrating a Playboy convention. There are certain behaviors that are decent and there are certain ones that are indecent for the public eye. And I just want to make it very clear, and I hope that people can hear this from multiple people in this room. This is not about a specific group. This is about specific behavior, regardless of whether it's part of Pride, whether it's part of a marriage conference that goes on and thing. It doesn't matter. This is not about a specific group. This is about specific behavior within the public eye. I'm a father of a 5-year-old son and a 1-year-old son, and this park is my 5-year-old's favorite place in this town. I am no more going to show him a drag display on my television where someone is shaking their body at it than I am going to do it in a park. Just like I am not going to put a pornographic film in front of him of a straight white woman doing something, whether it's in a park or on my television. It is not acceptable for the public eye, and it's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Anyone on Zoom? All right. Jessica. Hi, Jessica. Jessica, do you want to testify on 2023-006? We can't hear you. Jessica? Did you unmute, Jessica? I still see you're muted. Is there anyone here as we're trying to get with Jessica that would like to testify that has not testified? Yes, sir.
Hi there, my name is Trevor Rollman, new to the peninsula, live off Poppy Lane, K Beach Road. I just want to echo the sentiments of the last speaker for the most part. And the new thing I want to say is that I hope you just take into consideration what the community, the majority of the community wants. And I don't know what kind of communication you guys have received. I sent an email a couple days ago. But I heard that maybe one of the reasons that a couple of ordinances that got voted on no last week was for lack of community support, like people didn't care or something like that. So, yeah, it's really unfortunate that this whole thing has become so polarized. And it's unfortunate that that's the way it is. But as the last person who was up here said it, I think if we can just focus on this as a behavior issue, I think that's what is at issue. And certainly, I mean, there are people who have strong feelings on either side of the social issues that are involved. But as another speaker said, it is appropriate to make new laws as times change and things happen that, oh, something happened that has never happened before. So, well, we need to do something about that. So something happened that raised the consciousness of the community, and I think it would be appropriate to do something about that. So voting yes on this ordinance would do something about that. And not intended to target anybody. I mean, I don't know the intent of how it got written or anything. I'm new to this whole conversation, but I think that's basically all I have to say. So thanks. I encourage you to vote yes on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I see Jessica's not with us anymore. Oh, there you are, Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. My name is Jessie, and I'm also not going to share my address because my family and my business has both been targeted by the LGBTQ community in various ways over the past 9 months. for my stance against the sexualization of children, so I'm not going to offer that information. But the city has done an excellent job of spending a substantial amount of taxpayers' money to have their lawyer pull existing verbiage, interestingly enough, from the adult entertainment section of the Soldotna Municipal Code, add a few things in there to make it sound appealing to get the angry mob, as we've been labeled, to go away. But here's the problem. Neither of the ordinances or the resolution, park policies, speak to anything that the quote unquote angry mob is concerned about. There's a reason it was written the way it was written. Stephanie Queen verified in the last meeting that had these ordinances been in place, that nothing that took place last year would be prohibited from taking place again. At the last council meeting, Jordan Chilson said something referring to the quote unquote elephant in the room. And for those of you who haven't actively been involved in any way of what's taken place in the past 9 months, the elephant in the room is this, that most sane parents that have a shred of decency and want their child to grow up and flourish without sex being shoved in their children's faces are not okay with drag queens exposing themselves and normalizing their sexual fetishes in front of their impressionable children who don't even have a fully developed brain in order to process what they're being exposed to. This doesn't need to be the elephant in the room, Jordan. This is the problem. Due to, sadly, that we have a far left-leaning city council that's more concerned with protecting the adults that are acting out their fetishes than the children who are affected by it, the only real answer is to lean hard on our governor, propose a bill much like what passed in Tennessee addressing adult-oriented performances. I'm going to read from you Tennessee House Bill 9, and this is what it says. Adult cabaret performance means a performance in a location other than adult cabaret that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest or similar entertainers, regardless of whether or not performed for consideration. It is an offense for a person to engage in an adult cabaret performance on public property or in a location where the adult cabaret performance could be viewed by a person who is not an adult. This is exactly what the quote unquote angry mob wants. I know it's hard for 3 of the council members to wrap their brains around the fact that the majority of society in general is not okay with their kids being exposed to explicit sexual conduct in public. I mean, the fact that we even have to debate that, it's like, what is going on in the brains of people who are literally rationalizing exposing kids to sex? It's shameful. And this is what society has become. So the way I see it, the only path forward is to get these council members off the council. Write Governor Dunleavy, send him an email every single day, every single week. It takes little time, but it's a worthy investment into the safety and protection of youth and to preserve the innocence of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Anyone else on Zoom? All right, is there any, yes, ma'am.
Hello. I am very new to all this, but just wanted to say thank you for a lot of hard work. It must be, oh, I'm sorry, I'm Cindy and I'm in Soldotna. I'm on Community College Drive. I've lived here 20 years. And so I also heard that there was not enough reply from the community about how we felt. So I felt I should come forward and say that I too would like this to be passed. I've raised 4 boys and 1 girl. They are adult children now, and I too echo what I've heard about it just being a behavioral thing. They're adult children and they live some here and some all over the US, and they are very passionate about their own different things, just like you've heard a lot of passion in this room for different things. Yet there's still a behavioral that's should be edited no matter what you're passionate about. You and the board there are obviously very passionate about our community and for the people. And so I would hope that in so doing that passion would be something that you would look at of how the behavior should be and how that's the main issue. I don't think we should be here to attacking each other, but we should have a behavior issue that is addressed. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I too sent an email in that I was disappointed that it was not passed. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who, yes, ma'am.
Wanda Maloon, 345 Harbor Terrace, Soldotna, Alaska. And I certainly didn't mean to speak tonight, but I have heard these various views. I am mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, 81 years old. And so we hear about all of these groups that claim that they're being attacked and this kind of things, elderly. Yeah, I'm elderly, unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever. But all I want to say is through these years, I have seen a lot of things come down the pike. And my encouragement to you all is that freedom without direction is chaos and debauchery. And I just would encourage you to really consider this as a vital part of legislature to direct our community in a way that would encourage that which is going to be best for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was my wife. She rode a muskox bareback 20 below. And it was dead.
Can we get your name, sir?
My name is Ralph Maloon. And I actually came to Alaska first in 1959 when it became a state. I didn't move here then, but I said I'm coming back. And while the pilot's license ink was still wet, I jumped in an airplane. I flew to Alaska, flew all over, landed at Soldotna to get enough gas to get out of here and head across the Gulf and head back to Indiana. And I saw Missionary Aviation Repair Center and went in and talked to the wonderful Amazon folks. They became my mom and pop in Alaska from then on. And it wasn't long before I came in here full time. I have a 104-year-old mama, she's still living. My daddy passed about 3 years ago. He's 100. But he told a lot of stories. And I just want to leave this with you. One of the things, and he was against about everything. But one of the things he used to talk about was this proverbial camel. And once that camel got his head underneath the tent flap, it wasn't very long before the neck was in. It wasn't long after that, the whole body was in there. So I'm just saying this, that we need to be careful because as we start being lax here a little bit and allow this here a little bit, and this isn't so bad, it isn't long before we lose the whole thing. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Having no one else who wishes to speak, the item is back before the council. Are there any council member comments? Councilmember Wackler?
I would love to speak on this. I kind of need like a second to take it all in.
Okay.
Is there a possibility we could take a short break? Like a potty break, like 5 minutes?
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll bring this back. It'll be back. So we can reconvene our meeting. So when we took a short break, everyone had the opportunity to speak, and it's back before the council. Councilmember Wackler, you had some comments that you wanted to make.
Yes. I think it's safe to say after hearing all the public comments today, comments on social media, comments that we received in email, I think it's definitely safe to say that we have two parties that are not talking to each other, but rather talking at each other. I feel like we're not really hearing what the other side is saying, and it's leading to a lot of confusion, misunderstanding. If I hear one side clearly, they're saying this feels like an attack on us. It feels like a response to something that we did at Pride. And someone is saying, we don't want you to do what you did again. So how do we make that not happen again? That's what they're hearing. So then when they're taking that home with them, they're hearing a bunch of people came and said that they don't want me coming out and talking about being gay in public. And I've heard people say that's not what this is about. This has nothing to do with being gay. This is about inappropriate behavior. What I've also seen is people have described the behavior that happened at the park. And I know it's been reiterated, it's been described as stripping, as nudity. It's been described using language that's in this bill. It's been, not bill, sorry, in the ordinance. It's been described using language about being harmful to minors, sexual intercourse, masturbation. It's been described as touching of sex organs. All these languages inside this. I am not opposed to banning anything that is inside this because it is displaying of human genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal. Acts of masturbation, sexual intercourse, sodomy, bestiality, necrophilia, sadomasochism, abuse, fellatio, cunnilingus. I am simply reading, if you guys are shocked by this language, I'm simply reading the ordinance that you guys are all speaking to. None of these things I have a problem with saying aren't allowed in our public parks. I think we can all agree to that. We have no problem with saying that a person can't come out and masturbate in public in our public parks. I think we can all agree that that is something that is not okay. That's already not okay. So my question is, what is the ordinance seeking? What is the problem that the ordinance is seeking to solve? And if we can't answer what the problem it's seeking to solve is without using language that we've read that describes homosexuality in its essence as being inappropriate or immoral, then it sounds like you're talking about not wanting to have people be out in public and you want them to go back into the closet. So you can say that this is in response to an event that happened. Yes. You can say that this has nothing to do with someone being gay. But I mean, we have emails that describe drag, just drag in itself, which is a man wearing a dress, as being abhorrent behavior, abhorrent sexual behavior. Now, if we are willing to define drag as being sexual behavior, but I don't think we are, then this would do what some people want it to do, which would be banning drag queens, banning drag in the art form itself completely at our parks. I mean, it's safe to say that's what I heard from a lot of the comments, the emails that I received. One in particular I had pulled up that described it as blackface. It shouldn't be tolerated and their private fantasies should be left where they belong in private. We wouldn't let any other group act out sexually explicit material on stage, in public, in the day with children present. Why would we consider this an option? Others have described it as pornography. I think there's just a disconnect with what drag is. There's also a disconnect with what actually happened in the park. And I think there's still people under the impression that there was a naked man showing a naked butt on stage, and that's not what happened. So when you hear people talking about find out what really happened, I'm just sitting here trying to go, what are we trying to fix? And I have no problem with voting on affirmative on this as it stands. My only problem is that I keep getting emails that say, vote yes on the ban on drag queens. They're literally labeled that. So is it clarifying anything or is it confusing people? Because I feel like it's confusing people if they continue to call it a ban on drag queens. Yeah.
Thank you. Other council member comments? Yes, Councilmember Hutchins.
So I have listened to this for almost 10 months now. And I've listened to both sides of the issue in the chambers. I've read the letters. I've received sometimes quite nasty phone calls and emails. And I'm sitting here going, I'm old. I have raised children and nieces and nephews and grandchildren. And I've lived in Soldotna most of my life. Although I have traveled to many countries, I have gone to museums and art galleries and theater around the world where you have drag shows or people that they don't have enough males or females to play a part, so a male will play that part. I've never felt like that was something that was wrong. And I also have good friends, relatives, co-workers that are gay. And I don't care because I look at them for what they do for their community, what they do in the business world, and what they do in their church. And I'm telling you, I have been absolutely appalled when I sit here and I listen to people say, we've got to cut the drag queens out because they are profiling and they're pedophiles. And I'm going to tell you, I have known a lot of gay people. I have never been approached one way or another, but I will tell you heterosexual males have been terrible. So I'm sitting here going, what are we trying to accomplish? This says conduct in public places. It doesn't say the park. It says all public places in the city of Soldotna. Well, I don't want to sit here and start having people come down my road to see if I'm coming out of my house and coming into the street, not wearing something that you think is inappropriate. I don't want to see everybody running around the park this summer with their iPhones, taking pictures and then going to the chief and saying, is this something we can do something? I just can't get there from here. So I'm going to vote no for this.
Other council comments? If there's no objection from the council, I'd like to pass the gavel to Councilmember Carey.
Vice Mayor Parker?
Vice
Mayor Parker?
Thank you. I have a couple of amendments I would like to propose to this ordinance. The first one, and I'll bring them up separately. They're written as one motion, but I'd like to bring them up separate. The first one would be to add a sixth whereas clause to read as follows. Whereas this ordinance does not violate or discriminate against any individual based on age, race, gender, or sexual orientation. And that's my motion, yes.
That's the motion. Is there a second to this amendment? Seeing and hearing that there is no second, and again, I need the clerk to assist in terms of things online because I can't see whether or not the council person online is trying to respond. But again, not hearing a second, this motion dies.
Okay, and then the other amendment would be under section 7 to read as follows, 7E. Fondling, the new language would be fondling or erotic touching of the sexual organs or anus.
Do I understand? Are you handing out copies of this to the council?
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I don't know if anyone online has access to it.
Both amendments.
He's adding an E under 7 and then section 7E.
So anyway.
Madam Clerk, have we appropriately identified what the amendment is so that I can ask for a second to it? Thank you. We have before us a motion. Is there a second to this amendment to the overall action before us? I do not see or hear the second. This amendment dies for lack of second.
Okay,
I would pass the gavel back.
thank you. Any additional? Yes, Councilmember Carey.
I wish I was more perfect. What I am is a individual who strives to do the best I can with situations as I find myself in. This is my home. I got here when I was in 4th grade, Soldotna Elementary. I went to school. I went and got a master's in counseling because I wanted to be a teacher and I wanted to be someone who could assist people wherever they found themselves. Because I certainly knew that I was not a perfect person and that I certainly had weaknesses. And I wanted to hopefully understand. And as a social studies teacher, as a person that young people came and spoke to, as I got older, older people came and spoke to me too. I would be of help to them. I am very proud to be a community activist for most of my life now. I've been elected 11 times in this community to be a leader. Excuse me, I have run 11 times and been elected 9 times to be a leader in this community. I believe that individuals absolutely must respect the dignity of every single person. And that we owe it as Americans. We owe it as people that live together and that we want to make again that more perfect union. I don't have any doubt that there is a significant desire to promote a family-friendly environment in Soldotna and in this area. And I'm very aware that there are different ways that people would define that. And that's part of what makes that difficult. I'm open all the time to being wrong, partially because I often am. And so it's helpful to know that reality. But to my knowledge, this has been the largest public discussion regarding this aspect of our consciousness of each other in this community ever. Now, again, if someone says, wait, no, there was something 20 years ago, I remember I went there. Okay. But I've been here a long time and I go to a lot of stuff. And I think it is very healthy to have discussions. I think our dialogue in these last 9 or 10 months have been very healthy. But I want to go a little bit further. This discussion's been going on my whole 70 years of life. This is not something all of a sudden people having different perspectives of how things should be and how they see people and what they believe is appropriate. I have found that in this discussion, there is a different amount of listening that has gone on. I believe it has been very hard for some people to hear almost anything the side they perceived as other than theirs was saying. And I think there's been some mutuality of that. However, I have no doubt whatsoever that many people have heard things that they had not heard before. I am very open that people whose perception was one place, because of this discussion, because of these months, because of the week after week after week after week of people showing up and the interaction that went on in the community, that they have a more enlightened view of their fellow human people and what different people experience in their lives. And I would certainly hope that makes all of us more compassionate and hopefully more kinder to each other. I began this statement, and I really do try to think about stuff before I say it. I often speak too quickly. That I wish I was more perfect. I believe the administration, I believe the council, I believe the community. This is as perfect as we can get here and now at this time. There's been some discussion here just in the last few minutes of postponing this till later. I don't want to do that. I believe that all of you have come here, repeatedly, some of you, and that we should say yes or no now. Regardless of yes or no now, there can be modification and changes. When people become more comfortable with speaking with people whom they don't normally speak to, and they become comfortable with discussing topics they would not normally want to discuss. And I'll just say the list that was read here a minute ago. Well, I couldn't list that publicly, okay, but that's my prudity. So that regardless of what we do here, I don't think the issue is over. I think there's absolutely going to be continued room for more appreciation of where different people are coming from. I want our whole world to be family friendly, but I can't make a law to do it any more than I think that we can, write a law saying everyone will be good from now on, whatever that means. But I absolutely know that I genuinely and authentically believe that pretty much each person that's come here is striving to create a better community for all of us, and particularly with the focus on children. I will support this. I believe the work that's been done on this is positive. Again, it's not perfect. I am more than willing to see that we continue the discussion and further amendments can be made. if this is not passed, and I have to say the odds would have to be it's going to go that way as it did last time, then I believe we continue the discussion. So that I don't see this as a defeat. I don't believe that a healthy discussion is ever a defeat unless one goes away angry and mad and or even violent. So I appreciate everyone here. I'm a note taker. I've truly written a comment about every person. I did miss one or two people's names because they said them quietly. Okay, but I tried. Okay, and I had a general sense. And again, from my reckoning, it was 19 to 8 to 2 that I just wasn't sure where they were coming from because they didn't say. To the best of my ability, I try to represent, while at the same time I know I must follow my own values, which I believe are morally imposed on me and my beliefs. From my standpoint, the vote on this, the discussion on this, the effort on this says a positive vote is correct. That is how I will vote. I thank each of you for being here.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilman Mitchelson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. Just had to kind of collect my thoughts on this and certainly had a lot of them over the last couple of months as we've all reviewed this as a community. There's been a lot of interesting points made throughout this process, and it seems like every meeting that this comes up, there's new ones being presented, and I appreciate the community feedback on that. So there's a lot to kind of review here, so forgive me if I have to kind of reflect back on my notes. As I was saying, this has certainly been a long process leading into the development of this ordinance we now have before us for consideration tonight. I recognize that there are strong feelings about this issue on both sides, and I really do thank everyone again for all that they've been able to weigh in on this and share their feedback with us. Our job as elected officials is to be objective and make decisions that are in the best interest of the city and all who live here. If there's a problem with the way our city is being run, we are here to listen and take corrective action to solve that problem if necessary. So in my consideration of this ordinance, the first question I had to ask myself is, what problem do we have in the city that this seeks to solve? In the majority of the emails and the conversations I've had with those that want to see this ordinance passed, it comes down to the dance performance at last summer's Pride event. Now, I understand there are many who found it to be offensive to their values and see this ordinance as a means to ensure that kind of public display does not happen again. However, based on the footage of that event that we have seen, our legal team and city administration have determined that even if this ordinance had been in effect at that time, none of the language in it would have been applicable to that dance performance, since even provocative dancing and revealing clothing has been upheld by the courts as constitutionally protected free speech. So back to the question of what problem do we have that this solves? Well, it doesn't do anything to solve what many people here consider to be inappropriate conduct in the park. Nothing that has occurred there with these past events would be a violation of this ordinance as it's currently written. What this ordinance does do, however, is define a wide range of explicit activities that would not be permitted in public, most of which I agree have no place in public eyesight, and most of which are already restricted by state law. But regardless on how much of this code overlaps with state law or doesn't overlap with state law, none of these activities outlined in this ordinance are ones that we have problems with inside the city, to my knowledge. So the real question, again, we have to ask is, what problem are we, again, actually going to see corrected in our community as a result of this ordinance? And I think what it comes down to is sending a message, and that message that we're sending, we have to consider very carefully. Through this process, we've heard on multiple occasions participants in the Pride event referred to as groomers or pedophiles, an unfair and very gross comparison that only serves to minimize the meaning of those words as applied to genuine sexual aggressors. Some have asserted over, again, that the language of this ordinance is neutral and does not target any specific group. And although that argument might be valid if you're considering the ordinance as it stands on its own, when you put it in context and factor in the reality that it originated due to outrage over the Pride performance at the park, this is going to be interpreted as directed at them. That message comes across as saying, to us, you're no better than those that have sex in public, masturbate in public, perform bestiality, and we don't want your kind here. This is a very big difference between those kinds of behaviors and just provocative dance. To assert otherwise would simply be another gross, unfair comparison. I know many of you were very offended by what you saw of that performance as an affront to your values, but it's important to recognize that those are values held by those on one side of this, while those on another side hold other values. We have yet to receive a single complaint over this from a family that was there that night. Nonetheless, I do agree that parents have a right to steer their children away from content contrary to their family values. So regardless of this ordinance, we as a city will be making proactive steps to increase transparency on activities in the park through things like better event signage, public event calendars, and so forth. I have zero concern that anyone here will find themselves accidentally walking through Pride events in the future in our park. My concerns with this ordinance are essentially that there are no problem behaviors that we have in our community that this solves. And conversely, what this ordinance would really do is send a hostile message that will only succeed in further dividing us. As a community, we have the ability to simply be kind to each other and just let people live the way they are. As long as no laws are being broken, just let people be and go a different way if you find yourself around activity you disagree with. Soldotna has plenty of space for everyone with lots of beautiful park space out there throughout the city. That's the real solution here, not unnecessary big government style overregulation that really changes nothing in the end. All the divisions tied to this ordinance have only served to pull efforts away from important issues we should all be focusing on as a city right now, like the field house or our riverfront development or downtown economic development. These are the ones that I'm personally most committed to pursuing, and I believe we can all unite behind. So I cannot be supporting this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mitchelson. Yes, go ahead.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to speak one more time.
Sure.
About something I also am.
And then Mr. Nelson.
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Nelson, would you like to speak first?
Ms. Wapner, go ahead and I'll finish up.
Sorry about that. So I think a lot of time has been spent about talking about children. And this is a subject that is very near and dear to my heart. I grew up as a host family for hundreds and hundreds of foster kids. I know a lot of people who are molested on the Kenai Peninsula. And I think a lot has been said about what to do to protect children from indecent behavior, inappropriate events, or protecting them from molestation. And so I think if you could hear something and take it home with you, it is that of the, and I do not say this lightly, hundreds of children I know that have been sexually molested on the peninsula, not one of them was molested by anything but a heterosexual male wearing men's clothing. They were the mother's boyfriend, the father, the coach, the uncle, the trusted pastor, the father of a friend, the neighbor down the street who offered to babysit. I urge you to look inward if you're looking to protect your children. I urge you to talk to your children about body autonomy, talk to them about basic anatomy, talk to them using proper language so that they can describe to you if anything untoward happens. Talk to them not about keeping secrets. Don't ask your kids to keep secrets. Talk to them about tricky people. And by tricky people, I mean the ones that do use language, and we've used the term grooming, but to understand what grooming really is, it's someone who very gently guides your children towards things, who very gently, test the boundaries and then uses that little bit of manipulation around your kids to see whether or not they can be manipulated. And oftentimes kids who are, let's just say the parents in this room who are paying attention to their kids, maybe not are the ones that you have to worry about. Maybe not. Maybe it's only the kids who are left at home alone that you have to worry about. But in actuality, the statistics have shown that it's not. It's kids that you think you have your eye on. It's kids that you think there's no way anyone could have ever been near them to be able to get into the situation. It's in the wrestling locker room. It slowly happens, and it happens to a point where one of the big things that we were talking about with the troopers, when we were talking about what they're doing at the state level to deal with sex trafficking, and I know that's a big hot button issue right now. Sex trafficking is very hard. Let's just say the statistics on sex trafficking are not actually what they are, because they often do not convict someone for sex trafficking, because the hardest part of that is convincing the person that they were sex trafficked. The manipulation that happens over an extensive period of time, to the point where that person does not understand. They have gotten so pulled away from their family by being manipulated, possibly online, by being manipulated by someone else, where they don't feel heard by their family. And someone has said, you know what, you should probably just get on a plane and come here and hang out here, because your parents suck. You should totally come hang out here. And before you know it, they've gotten themselves in a situation that they don't think they can get out of. So I encourage you to listen when you are really scared about your kids. I think the most important thing for you to do is to talk about their basic anatomy, use clear and precise language, talk about tricky people, and continue to tell them that they have autonomy over their bodies. So now we can go back to talking about everything else.
Thank you. Councilman Nelson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. So when this first came up here in our meeting 10 months ago, I didn't say too much, but one of the things I did say was, well, our ordinances and our code, is from the 70s. It probably could be due for an update. And then we embarked on this process. And I've been thinking a lot about it as we go through this process, and especially tonight. I was thinking a lot about, was I actually correct in what I said? And when we look at these things, and it was alluded to several times tonight by speakers and by members of the council, generally our community doesn't like additional regulation. It doesn't like, laws for no reason. So, we had the one precipitating event, the Pride event, that caused much of this discussion. But, as I look at this particular ordinance and speaking to the merits of this ordinance, really my thoughts keep coming back to, some of the language, and some of this language is fine and talking about these specifics, but again, and it's crafted for a good purpose and for a good intent. But when we start talking about language in here, like a reasonable person test, like contemporary community standards, I think the two sides of our community can't come together on what that looks like. And as we continue to go through this instrument, I don't think is going to do anything. It may even be harmful. And I certainly concur with many of the things that have been said by my colleagues tonight. So, I don't know the best way forward. There is a way forward that we certainly need to consider. And I think, again, as has been said, there's still some listening we need to do, and there is respect of the different community groups and the different people that are talking. A lot of the opinions we've heard tonight, and we've heard in these emails, I certainly understand. Whether or not I agree with every single one of them, chances are I probably don't. But I think everybody here is coming from a place of wanting to do the right thing. But we've got to get to the point where we can come up with what that right thing is. I don't think this instrument is it. I'm not going to support it. I hope that we can continue with a dialogue. And as Mr. Carey said, a dialogue that's useful and constructive with all of us. So my comments for tonight.
Thank you. Any other additional comments? With that, if there's no additional comment, can the clerk call the roll?
Chilson,
No.
Nelson,
No.
Hutchings,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Carey,
Yes.
Wackler,
No.
Cassidy.
Yes.
The vote is 4 no, 2 yes.
All right, with that vote of 4 no, 2 yes, the motion fails, and it is something that cannot, the motion, the issue cannot be reintroduced for 90 days unless somebody wants to make a motion to reconsider. Seeing nothing, we will move. Yes.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Am I correct that if someone wanted to bring this up again, since it failed, that the person wanting to do that would have to be on the prevailing side?
For a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Yes, they would have to be on the prevailing side.
So unless someone that voted, yeah. So I could not do this because, thank you.
Thank you. So we took a break, like 40 minutes ago. Do you want to take another break or
Yeah.
do you want to keep moving on?
5-minute break.
All right, we are going to take a break until 8:55. We will reconvene at 8:55.
Right behind us. Like, I didn't know when.
It would, exactly, exactly. No, I didn't. Oh, well. If it's done, today.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right, I got sick, you want to be. And the only reason I saw him is Steve. Yeah. That was real nice. And that's what I don't look years. My kids, yeah, yeah, because they were very sorry. And they found out. They were. And I was.
Actually, I told you what I was gonna recommend is stop trying to. That would have been the best way.
That's right.
Absolutely.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order so we can continue on with the items on our agenda. Under new business, we have resolution. We have resolution 2023-016 authorizing the city manager to execute a sole source professional services contract in an amount not to exceed $507,000 with GV Jones Engineering for design and construction management of the biosolids dewatering project. May I have a motion to adopt? Thank you, Councilmember Hutchings. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Carey for the second. Can we have a report from the administration, please?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. This item is on your agenda as a sole source award of a contract. And when we do that, it's because we feel like there's sufficient justification that going out to bid competitively would not be in the community's best interest. And I'd like to thank Mike Allen, our utility manager, for being here tonight and put you on the spot, maybe, Mike. Can you speak to the council briefly about the work that GV Jones has done to date and then what this contract would allow them to continue to do? Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. GV Jones has been involved in this project since day one. I believe they were brought in as a consultant to figure out what the city needed to utilize to continue bio dewatering solids at the wastewater treatment plant. 2 years ago, we went through a process, looked at the types and technologies that are out there. Found out that the technology we thought would work didn't. We went back to the drawing board, re-looked, came up with a better technology, and now we are to the point of installing or designing and getting ready to install and replace.
Thanks, Mike. And I will just add that when we hired them for phase one, it was competitively bid. So other firms had an opportunity to bid on this project. And we knew that the work would be multi-phased, but it's back in front of you today because their original scope of work versus this next step dollar-wise is significant. And we bring those decisions to you as a council. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one here in the chambers, is there anyone on Zoom? All right. Having no one who wishes to speak, the item is back before the council. Are there any council comments? Yes, Councilman Carey.
Thank you, ma'am. Question would this be correctly classified as a next generational technology?
This is the latest and greatest technology that should get us not only to continue to meet the regulations that we follow, but future plans as well.
Excellent. And particularly, I want to emphasize, I just heard say future. So this will last for a while as well.
Hopefully another at least 20 years.
Excellent. Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other council member comments? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chilson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carey,
Yes.
Wackler,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Hutchings,
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
You have 6 yes votes.
Thank you. On a vote of 6-0, resolution 2023-016 passes. That brings us to the resolution 2023-017, authorizing the purchase of a dewatering centrifuge equipment from Andritz Separation Technologies in the amount of $424,000. May I have a motion to adopt? Thank you, Councilmember Carey and Hutchings. Report from the administration.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. This is the related companion legislation that would authorize the purchase of the equipment that was just mentioned. And I would ask Mr. Allen to, he's available for questions if there are questions.
I do have one comment. I just noticed there's an error on here. Should be $424,400, not. So I apologize. I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, the resolution, the title in the resolution is correct.
Correct, yep. It's just on the agenda. I just want to
Yep.
make sure, so we pass the
Yep.
right thing.
It's good.
Thank you.
So. And are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Anyone by Zoom? Seeing none. Council comments? Seeing no council comments, can we have roll call vote, please?
Carrie,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Wackler,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Hutchings,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
You have 6 yes votes.
6-0, resolution 2023-017 passes. Bringing us to resolution 2023-018, supporting additional recruitment and retention strategies to enhance the city's ability to attract, hire, and retain a high-quality workforce, introduced by the city manager. May I have a motion? Thank you, Ms. Hutchings. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Report from the administration, please.
Thank you. We presented these concepts at a recent work session where I was joined with the lead of the research division at the state of Alaska. He presented, Dan Robinson presented on demographic trends and workforce trends statewide and some nationwide data. And then we were joined by Mila Cosgrove. She's been working with Jessica Reagan, our HR manager, and I over the last many months, I think probably about 6 months, trying to identify strategies that would be effective and competitive in positioning the city to be a employer of choice and compete at a high level in terms of attracting talent in our workforce and then critically retaining talent. And we had at a high level gone through the 9 items that are contained in the list. Before you tonight is a more substantive document that does a deeper dive into each of those strategies. I will say that some of them, particularly relocation assistance and hiring bonus, employee referral program, those are upfront recruitment strategies. Many of the remaining strategies are retention. So making sure from a healthcare perspective, cost affordable health insurance, that our retirement package is appropriate, setting our employees up for success in the future, supporting people in their wellness and their life, whether it's parental leave, unpaid sabbatical leave. You know, these are really retention strategies aimed at supporting the high value employees we have. I put the resolution together as I use the word supporting, not approve or authorize, because many of these, almost all of these will require additional work. So I thought that really tonight what's in front of you is signaling to the administration whether you are supportive of moving forward with one or what I hope will be all of these strategies. Because of the 9 that are in front of us, I believe them to be cost effective and necessary. But they will then trigger next steps in implementation where we will come back to you potentially at the next meeting with a draft code amendment to our personnel code. It would provide the authorizing language for the new programs. And then really through the budget process is where we would make final decisions about kind of timing and the scope and the scale of some of these programs. So it's not a final decision tonight, but if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them. What we presented here, again, are some estimated cost projections and then anticipated budget impact to give you a sense of scale of the programs. I am always very proud, and it makes my job easier, the level of support we've had from the council in supporting our employees, in supporting benefits and workplace priorities. And I feel strongly that in my remaining time, this is one of the most important things I can do to continue to set up the organization for success in the future. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for that report. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Anyone on Zoom? Having no one who wishes to speak. The item is back before the council. Are there any council comments? Yes, Mr. Chisholm.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Parker. When we last reviewed these set of options that we have before us as a council, I know I was not the only one that expressed interest in making Social Security available for our employees. As an employer that does not participate in Social Security, I feel like it's a valid barrier for those that are considering working here, that if they come, they're going to lose out on their Social Security benefit. And if we're already considering enhancing retirement benefits, I see that in the list here that we're looking at providing additional funding towards a deferred compensation plan, could we not accomplish the same goal, but through Social Security as the mechanism rather than another plan? And I'd be curious to know if there's any further diving into that.
Thank you, Councilmember Chilson, through the Vice Mayor. I appreciate that question. That item number 8, so when an additional employer match into a deferred compensation plan is the one item that I think would need additional work and research to come back to the council with an option. And that I think could include investigating the city joining Social Security. We opted out in 1979, and we could have a conversation about what that looks like to join back in. I think for some employees, if they had previous work under that system, it would be a benefit. I think for some of our employees, if you've been here at the city for 15 years and you maybe never contributed, maybe some other option might make more sense. So we could definitely look through that. The other thing I've done since our last meeting was reach out to the state. They run their SBS program, Supplemental Benefit System, and actually got a follow-up email today. Originally, they had indicated to me that the city of Soldotna would not be eligible to join that plan. I wondered, because I wanted to reach out and see if that's an additional option. So is Social Security an option? Is the state SBS plan? I got an email today, and the head of the retirement division wanted to bump it up to one of his, I think, federal counterparts to have a follow-up question. And it hinged on this issue of, had the city previously participated in Social Security, I'm talking about in the 70s, that was the issue that seemed to prevent us from joining the state's SBS plan. And they're still continuing to research whether or not there might be an exception for that. And then I think the third option would be kind of what we've described is our own stand-up plan. So if the council is supportive of this concept, I think from, the direction to the administration would be to explore all of the above, essentially a supplemental retirement program, which could include revisiting Social Security, looking at the SBS plan, or something we stand up alone. And I think that could come back to the council at a later date with a resolution and those options.
Okay. My follow-up to that is I think you raise a good point about employees that have been here for a long time. They stand to benefit little from joining Social Security versus new employees have much more to benefit from it. And I really like your idea of potentially applying it for some employees, but not another. But is that even something we can do? My understanding is that employers are basically opt in or opt out. I've never had a choice of joining Social Security. Any employer that I've worked for that has it, you're just in it.
Yeah, thank you. Through the Vice Mayor, my knowledge of Social Security is limited because it's not something we've ever done here. But I don't think that we would have the option of having individual employees. It would be an opt-in or an opt-out at the organizational level. So really, I think the options that we would be looking at is whether that program makes sense versus an alternate retirement supplemental system.
Okay, so to that end, depending on the makeup of our employees, I wouldn't want to hurt their retirement by forcing them into a system that really doesn't have much benefit for them. So as you dive into this, I think before you come back to the council, one thing that'd be helpful for us to see is kind of a makeup of employees and like how many years they're just, maybe group it into, break it into groups of how many years the employees have been working here and kind of give us a number of how many, 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 or so forth, and how those groups would potentially benefit or be hurt by Social Security enrollment. So thank you.
Yes, Councilman Carey.
I support this very, very much. It's proactive and we need it. And it's going to be the challenge of the future for employment, holding on to people. The state, I think, is very involved, and you're probably very aware of this in terms of looking at, particularly for those in the TRS system in terms of what needs to be done so that they have some type of defined benefit. And so that I would hope that we stay in touch with our legislators to see what the state is looking at and the research they're doing and what options are there. And it might be, the knowledge they have might be very good for us to piggyback on.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from council? Look up Dan. So can we have a roll call vote, please?
Parker,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes?
Wackler,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Hutchings,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Cassidy.
Yes.
You have 6 yes votes.
Thank you. On a vote of 6-0, resolution 2023-018 passes and provides the administration with direction. That brings us to resolution 2023-019, designating a bathroom and shower trailer as surplus property and authorizing its donation to the Kenai Peninsula Homeless Coalition, introduced by council members Carey and Chilson. May I have a motion to adopt? Thank you, Mr. Chilson,
I would move to adopt resolution 2023-019.
and seconded by Councilmember Carey. Report from council members Carey and Chilson, please.
The city of Soldotna has a good history of trying to assist in the process of homelessness. Long time ago, we almost became co-signers of having a homeless shelter built right next to where the current trooper station is. And basically, we were to the point of signing the paperwork, and we found out of the obligation it would place on the city if we sided with the group that's going to do that. And we said we couldn't do that. We could not take over management. And so that we have a long history of trying to help with this. This is an issue that affects all of us. And for each of us, maybe in our own personal situation, it hasn't been an issue, but it is an issue for people all over. And so that I know there are many people who've worked very hard in terms of this type of issue and continue to, and we're constantly looking for ways to help. This is a real way to make a definitive difference. And so that I'm very proud that through our good administration, this option was brought forward to us. I appreciate, again, I think the council is going to approve this, but again, council person Chilson, again, wanting to follow up on this and do this. And so I hope that we all approve this. I think this is a very real thing to do to help that issue.
Thank you. Councilman Chilson.
Thank you. And again, thank you to Councilmember Carey for his support in this ordinance. As you mentioned, we do have a longstanding history of supporting efforts to respond to homelessness on the peninsula. And this is just one of many things that we have available to us in doing so. Specifically, this resolution addresses a shower trailer that was purchased using federal funding that came through the COVID pandemic. And to my knowledge, that trailer has had minimal, if any, use since we purchased it. I believe it's just sitting in storage right now. And thanks to our city manager, we became aware that there is an organization that is interested in putting this trailer to use for the benefit of those I think that are in most need in our community. And I think to have a resource like this that can make a very positive impact in people's lives that genuinely need that, and to essentially squander that resource, I find that kind of shameful. So I think it's really important that we take this step to put it to use for those that need it. And I appreciate the opportunity to bring this before the council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the administration?
Nope, just to add that we reviewed ahead of time the originating grant requirements, and our attorney feels comfortable that this item can be donated and that this resolution is sufficient to accomplish that according to our procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
I'm Jen. I live in Kenai. I work in Soldotna. I work at PCHS. I'm a licensed professional counselor there. I work in mental health with a lot of our community members who are the least resourced. Whatever we can do to help our unhoused population, I think is a good thing to do. And hygiene, access to bathrooms is huge. So this sounds great to me. May we have many more.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify?
Hi, I'm Leslie. I have a Soldotna PO box. I would like to support this effort. I work at the college and a lot of my work puts me in touch with students who are homeless or in transition or couch surfing. And with the current state of housing, this would do nothing but bolster their spirits and be very beneficial for our community and our youth as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this resolution? Do we have anybody on Zoom? Okay. Hearing no one else who wishes to speak, the item is back before the council. Are there any council comments? Yes, Councilmember Wackler.
I kind of want to reiterate what everybody else has been saying. I think when someone is in an underhoused situation, the first thing they need is a safe place to sleep. The second thing they need is food, and the third thing they need is a shower. So if we can provide that, I say, yep.
Thank you. Other council member comments? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Wackler,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Hutchings,
Yes.
Chilson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Cassidy,
Absolutely.
6 yes votes.
By a vote of 6-0, resolution 2023-019 passes and will be, the homeless coalition will be receiving a shower and bathrooms. Okay. That brings us down, let's see, to mayor and council reports. I don't know if Mayor Whitney had anything you wanted to add tonight.
No comments tonight.
All right. Thank you. Then we have reports on boards and commissions. Mr. Cornelius, can you give us an airport commission update?
I will give you a brief update on the airport commission. I gave a report on lease lot and tie down activity. Noted that there are some new subleases going on in the new T hangars located on the west end. So continue to see development at the airport, which is a good thing. Touched on the existing runway grant project. As soon as weather permits, we anticipate doing a little bit of final storm drain work before closing out that $7 million runway rehabilitation project, which is exciting. I'm also working on a obstruction removal grant. It's actually on the matrix that Stephanie handed out tonight, identified as one of the grant projects. We're in the environmental phase for that. And then finally, and probably most unique, we had some public testimony from folks who are interested in assisting and supporting the repair and reinstallation of Doc Isaac's open cockpit biplane, which has been on display at the airport as a wind vane at the entry for many, many years. And due to some ice and weather, last season, it actually fell off the pedestal. We've had it secured in our snow removal equipment building compound. And so it was wonderful to hear folks coming forward, willing to assist with the repairs that are needed and then getting it reinstalled, supporting getting it reinstalled at the airport. So the airport administration and maintenance department will be working with those folks to help make that happen. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that brings us to the city manager's report.
Well, thank you. Good meeting. I'll be brief. I appreciate our department heads who are here. And I guess I would ask, do any of you have anything else you want to report on? Jessica's here, Kyle's here, Chief, maybe can you share about the social media training that's coming up? But open up the floor to our people, and thanks for staying here tonight.
There we go. Just briefly, Lieutenant Browning from Homer Police Department has put together a
excellent presentation about parenting in the digital age. He will be giving that presentation at Soldotna High School at 6 p.m. on Saturday. Anybody who interacts with children, anybody who is definitely in that parenting role, please attend. It's great information. I taught something similar down in Colorado as far as dealing with apps that prey upon children. This goes into a whole new realm of how children are affected by the internet today. So please make arrangements to show up.
And that concludes my report. Thanks, Chief.
Thanks. So is that open to the public? Okay, okay, great. So that brings us to agenda item 12, public comments. Members of the public have 3 minutes to provide any comment on anything that they would like. Is there anything, members of the public who would like to provide additional comment tonight? Anybody on Zoom? All right. Thank you. That brings us to council comments, and we will start first with the man that we see there, Councilmember Nelson.
I don't have any comments tonight. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but next meeting I'm in town, so I look forward to seeing you all then.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cassidy.
You know, I'm really glad that we had that last 5-minute break because so many people left. You know, I'm really grateful to be here. This was a really, for me personally, this meeting has been a really good learning experience just about how things work in our city and the opinions of people in our community. And as a high school student, my exposure to the adults in the community is somewhat limited. So I think this is a really great experience, and it was good to hear all the testimonies of the people who had been there and been there at the event that had raised the ordinance in question, but also just the people in community who put their 2 cents in. As for any comments, our winter sports are officially closed. Our spring sports are all beginning. Basketball recently returned from Kodiak. They did all right. I've been busy with several things, so I haven't heard an actual report as to whether or not they won. But seeing as they said they did all right, I don't know if they did. 'Cause I'm sure they would have said that. Our track season is beginning. I'm excited for that one. Whether or not I get to run it because of my knees, which is sad. We also have softball, baseball, and then I know I'm missing one other. What is it? Oh yeah, soccer. So those are all going, and I think it's really cool that we still have these sports going and starting up. There has been several meetings lately pertaining to the amount of money that the borough has designated for the school. And so a lot of kids are worried that our sports will get shut down. I'm really not worried about it because the school doesn't fund any of the sports. I do. We do our own fundraising, but I know that a lot of kids are really worried that, like, say, the pools will be taken out, or a lot of our bigger sports seasons will be canceled, or teachers that they like will be out of a job. And I know a lot of teachers are worried about that too, because it's their job. That's how they provide for their families. Sorry, my words are getting all mixed up. This resolution, the resolution 2023-022, I think is really important. Personally, I wasn't at the big meeting that they had. But I do understand that sports and curricular activities have a really big impact on the students of our community. And through that, the community itself. I mean, I know, let's see, the high school sports reach a lot of people in a lot of different ways. The Colony team, for example, their coach hosts a race during the summer. I can't remember what it's called, but a lot of the proceedings go to cancer research centers, and they've helped progress cancer research a ton. And it's really cool that that happens, and things like that are happening in our community and in the community surrounding us as well. That concludes my say. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We will go on to Councilmember Wappler.
I had a question for Chief Meek. Are you guys gonna match the Homer PD's social media online presence soon? Are you guys thinking about getting somebody who's gonna really start beating them down? Oh, I've been following. APD is really getting in on it too, so I wasn't sure if you're gonna get some fresh blood there to get them down. I don't know if you guys follow along, but the police departments have been really battling it out in social media lately. It's fun. You should watch it if you're not paying attention to it. Hopefully we have spring coming, and it's kind of nasty. Recently a friend showed me a picture of something that came out a few years ago it was made by Febreze, and it was called Alaska Springtime. And she actually wrote them a letter and said, if you were from Alaska, you wouldn't want this scent in your home. I don't think they understood. They sent her a bunch of coupons for Febreze. But we all know that it's about to stink really bad here in town. But to speak to what Noble was talking about I was at that meeting, the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District meeting, and it's much like with a lot of stuff here, I didn't really understand how it works until you start to get into it. And the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District funding, it confuses a lot of people and it scares a lot of people. And it's not intended to scare people when they put out a budget that gets rid of all of the pools. It's not intended to continue to freak people out by making them think they're all going to get pink slips. But they have no choice but to put out a balanced budget with the money that they have. They can't do a future year guesstimate. And so they're stuck. And I feel for them in a situation in which they really don't want to get rid of the pools. But sometimes they're in a situation where they have to make choices between cutting staff and they're not literally cutting the staff. They're not literally cutting the pools yet. They're just saying, this is what we propose we're going to have to do if we don't get more money. So that's why the BSA is so important. And that's why that, so hopefully we get more money and we can keep the pools open. And thank you guys. And thank you public for coming and speaking. I really appreciate the community coming out and speaking and telling us what they think is important. I really do appreciate the back and forth as much as it is fun and heated. But have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutchings.
Well, I'm going to make this really easy. Good night.
Councilman McCary.
I very much appreciated the work session we did earlier before the council meeting in terms of our investments. And I hope that maybe during the summer or sometime right after that maybe we as a council might get together and discuss the philosophies we want to do and just our general thoughts about the investments. We have a significant amount of money, and it would seem reasonable with some frequency for us as a council to really look at what we think we should do with it, particularly when we have bond issues and other type things. So again, I appreciate the work always of the administration, but this seems like it'd be a good time for us to maybe look at this. Thank you.
Councilman Chilson.
Thank you. I'll be brief. As touched on during the report on the grant funding projects we currently have a grant that we're working on through the Complete Streets Leadership Academy. That is basically putting together a group of stakeholders to evaluate opportunities to make safety improvements on DOT roadways throughout the city. And there is funding with that to do a pilot project after we have identified a site where we feel there's area for safety improvement and implement. We had our first meeting this week. And in that meeting, there was a lot of discussion on just the structure of the program, kind of the goals of it moving into it, and then also consideration of potential sites where we could really use this as a tool to improve our community. There's quite a few of them that were considered. I think the three big ones that come to mind for me in that discussion were pedestrian crossings near Birch by Soldotna Creek Park, through traffic on Riverside, and then also safe crossings and accessibilities for students, especially with all the backed up traffic near Soldotna Elementary. So not necessarily to say that the pilot projects to be picked among those three. There were quite a few that were discussed, but those are kind of the three big ones that come to mind. But anyway, I just want to say that this is something that we have a wide group of stakeholders working on, including the team that's part of the Riverside redevelopment. And I'm really excited to see what comes of this. And I thank the city for making it happen.
Thank you. We have no executive session scheduled for this evening. And meeting announcements on April 5th will be the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting at 5:30. On April 12th will be the next Soldotna City Council meeting at 6 p.m. So with that, we beat the time and it's time to adjourn.